Good morning, it's 8 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Abu Dhabi has been chosen to host the 19th World Chinese Entrepreneurs Convention in 2027. It marks the event's first time in Middle East. The event will take place at the Abu Dhabi National Exhibition Center. It will also reinforce Abu Dhabi's position as a global hub for business and tourism. China's ambassador to the UAE, Zhang, says that event reflects strong bilateral ties between the two countries. He also added it will boost global cooperation and investment, and around 4,000 to 5,000 entrepreneurs from across the globe are expected to attend the exhibition. Universities in the UAE are adjusting admissions after exam cancellations caused by regional tensions. Major boards including CBSE, British Exam Boards, and the IB have all cancelled exams. This has left many final year students uncertain about their results. Universities have now stepped in to support them. They are accepting predicted scores and alternative grading systems. Deadlines have also been extended. Many institutions are offering scholarships to ease financial pressures on families. They've also moved admission activities online, and this includes virtual open days and webinars to guide students. U.S. President Donald Trump says that he has agreed to suspend a bombing on Iran for 2 weeks. The move comes after a 14-day truce proposal from mediators in the Iran conflict. U.S. President Donald Trump said he spoke to leaders in Pakistan, including Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and Field Marshal Asa Munir. He said they requested a pause in military action, and adding to that, the U.S. President Donald Trump said the suspension depends on Iran agreeing to reopen the Strait of Hormuz fully and safely. The situation remains conditional as talks continue. Iran says it will guarantee safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz for 2 weeks. The pause will allow time for talks with the U.S. Negotiations are set to begin on Friday in Islamabad. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said in his post on X that safe passage will be coordinated with Iran's armed forces. He added there may be some technical limitations. Iran's Supreme National Security Council says the talks will last for 2 weeks, but they could be extended if both sides agree. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our X and WhatsApp. This is Mira Business FM.
It's Mira Business FM, it's the morning drive. In a few moments we're going to be talking global medicine supply at this very moment in time. An industry adapting to keep drugs moving. That's next at Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
The impact of the Iran conflict is being felt in global healthcare supply chains, but systems are still holding. Shipping disruptions, tightening medicine flows, while companies and governments work to keep supplies moving. Joining us to break this down, to get some more detail on Mira Business FM, we're joined by Prashant Yadav, who is Senior Fellow for Global Health at the Council on Foreign Relations. Joins us from New York. It's midnight with you, Prashant, so I appreciate you staying up to join us.
Not at all. Thanks for having me.
Good to have you with us. We've got some much better news this morning here, so that's a good thing. We've been so concentrated on energy and defense, of course, in terms of news cycles. But the movement of life-saving medicine has faced such a logistical gauntlet and will continue to for some time, I guess. The just-in-time healthcare model has been tested over the last 5 weeks by the tensions that we've experienced here in the Middle East. Despite disruptions, supply chains are still functioning. To begin with, what's helping keep medicines moving?
Two things. One is inventory buffers. I think many management consulting firms, efficiency academics, I count myself in that group at times. We've always asked the question, why is there so much inventory? But the reality is that pharmaceutical companies hold about 3 months on an average of finished product stock, about 3 months of raw material stock. Wholesalers in the system keep about a month or month and a half of inventory, and a retail pharmacy keeps about 15 days of inventory. So if you add that up, we're talking about 6+ months of inventory between raw material till the patient. That's what is keeping us alive, and I think in some ways we've got to re-ask the question, should the efficiency drivers be as strict for this industry as we may have for other products? The second thing that's keeping things going is that agility in the system. Companies, cargo operators, wholesalers, distributors have all done rerouting of their cargoes. So many of their cargo routes, which were going through GCC airports, if they required picking up a new airline carrier, they've done those reroutings, made sure that the product gets to this destination. So rerouting and sufficient inventory buffers in the system is what's keeping us going.
Let me ask you, and you're well placed to answer this, I think, with your view from outside the region. What is it about the Gulf, the region as a whole, that makes it so important when it comes to pharmaceuticals logistics?
I mean, the Gulf is for not just for pharmaceuticals, for a lot of products. It is truly the bridge between Asia, Europe, Africa, India, and to some degree the US. And the same role plays out in the pharmaceutical industry. There is a lot of generic manufacturing that happens in India, which comes to the GCC countries, but also to Europe and Africa, and routes through the Gulf. Also, medicines produced in Europe, which are going to GCC and going to South Asia, pass through the Gulf. I think it's important to keep in mind that the life sciences industry supply chain, medicines, medical products, other things in the medical business, they depend on a few things. They depend upon reliability, they depend upon customs efficiency, they depend upon having multimodal links, which means using an ocean vessel and an air cargo combination. They depend upon having good cold chain and reliable cold chain infrastructure. All of that exists in one geography in the Gulf because of its unique geographical location and the investments that have gone into building this capacity, both by the airline carriers, but also by large logistics companies. An example would be DP World. And that's what makes a lot of flow transship, even if it's not coming directly to a GCC country, it is getting transshipped. Sometimes it's coming in an ocean vessel to Dubai, going out on a plane. Sometimes it's coming on a plane, going on a plane. Sometimes it's using trucks. Sometimes it's coming in the other direction. All of this stuff is happening. There are bonded warehouses that are storing the product while it is just waiting to find the next cargo ship or the cargo load on a plane. And there is sufficient investment in cold chain, which is important for many of the products. So I think a combination of these factors have made the Gulf region, quite important for pharma logistics.
Can I ask you, Prashant? It's been an extraordinary time the last 5 weeks, of course. But what adjustments have you seen from companies? Have you seen companies making to mitigate the effect of delays or shortages, or to avoid delays and shortages?
Yeah, so I think first and foremost, a lot of pharmaceutical companies and distribution companies that work on their behalf were in the first 2 weeks of March were rerouting their cargoes, right? So they were figuring out if they cannot move their cargo through a Gulf airline, can they find an alternative carrier which can take it through a different airport? Over time, they figured out they could still bring it to the Gulf airport, but figured out new ways of getting it to its destination. The same was happening for product that's sitting in drums coming on an ocean vessel, some of which is active pharmaceutical ingredient, the precursors and chemicals that go into making medicines that come to Europe from India and from other parts of the world. So again, those are figuring out which route to take. If they cannot go through the Suez Canal, can they go down through the south of Africa? All of these things were happening on a very fast turnaround time. So that's one thing that's been happening. The second thing that's been happening is that people in anticipation have started building up their inventories a little bit. So if I'm a wholesaler and I know that there is a disruption upstream that is likely, I want to hold up and put a little bit more in stock. So some wholesalers have started holding a little bit more in stock. Again, this depends upon whether the region or the distributor or the wholesaler has sufficient working capital to put money up front. That's not always the case in all regions of the world, right? Some regions of the world, there is sufficient banking and credit for wholesalers to do that. In other regions of the world, such as in Africa and some parts of South Asia, that's not the case. So they work on thinner inventories they can build up. But yeah, those are the kinds of changes people have been making in the first 2-3 weeks of March.
Hopefully some slightly better news this morning. I was going to ask you if you anticipated any shortage issues for essential medicines in the Middle East and South Asia. Hopefully we see the ceasefire continue for a lot longer than 2 weeks. But I think the question still applies. Are you anticipating any shortage issues?
Look, it depends upon the duration of closures and the impact also on prices of petrochemical cursors, right? So 2 things are at play. One is shipments that were stuck. That's largely a cargo and a transport problem. And then the second is it's a question of total production. So if total production has come down, examples are helium that goes into not necessarily for medicines, but for MRI machines or other petrochemicals like propylene, benzene, whose prices are going up because total supply may be curtailed. Those impacts are going to last for longer. And that's where it may not translate into a shortage, but it might translate into a small price increase, definitely. And it might translate into only those companies who are buying them with better customer credit terms are the ones who may get those supplies. So it may reallocate supply a little bit. Which in some cases may require a wholesaler to rethink who they buy from, or a company to rethink who they source their raw materials from, because these shortages have very complex pathways in how they manifest themselves.
High-value biologics and vaccines often move by air. The bulk of essential medicines, antibiotics and saline, and the generics move by sea. How do you read the backlogs at regional ports? Are they being dealt with without impacting, current local inventories in hospitals?
Yeah, so for the most part, yes. I think in particular, things which are sensitive, such as vaccines and insulin and biologics and cancer therapies, I think they do get priority if the consignee has declared them to be time sensitive and temperature sensitive shipment. Even if a port is backlogged, there is an attempt to expedite them. So I think for the most part it's working, but it's only a matter of once again, I'm going back to what I said earlier, which is it's a matter of duration, right? It's working because we have stuff upstream that we are trying to bring from existing buffers. But once you exhaust those buffers, then it's not just about the port expediting, then it's just that overall supply starts to become a constraint. But it is a question mark for many temperature sensitive products, which we hold less in inventory because generic medicines, oral solids, the pills and capsules, you can hold in inventory for many months. They don't require cold chain. But vaccines, insulin, biologics, cancer drugs, you only hold a month or at times even less in inventory because you have to store them in cold storage. And storing in cold storage is expensive. Total cold storage space is limited. And so those are the ones which become the riskiest or the highest risk products.
It's interesting that because look, the requirements for cold chain are so important, and if you have regional transport routes that are less predictable, perhaps power stability is being tested, that creates an added pressure, doesn't it? How do suppliers protect those flows?
Yeah, so when someone is shipping, let's say a pharmaceutical company is shipping using a cargo operator, an airport agency, they have a system which they over time develop standard operating procedures. They more or less, iron out any wrinkles in the system so that nothing sits for longer than what it is supposed to sit. And all of the temperature loggers are monitoring temperatures, and all of that information is being exchanged on every handshake that's happening between a company, its cargo operator, the airline operator, the CNF agent, the airport agent, and so on. But once you change and reroute, which means once you start using a different airline, a different cargo company, that's when things become trickier. And at that time, the standard operating procedures have not necessarily been established because you're working with a new company. And in such instances, there are chances that the temperature logger information is not appropriately captured, or some standard operating procedure is not appropriately followed, and that creates risks in the cold chain, which are not always simple and straightforward to mitigate.
Do you think that the situation that we've experienced, that we've seen in the last 5 weeks, could actually have an effect of accelerating improvements or maybe diversification in supply chains?
A couple of things stand out, and I think every time we face a disruption of this level, we get reminded of this. One is supply chain visibility, right? Given the complexity of multiple actors in the system between a factory gate of a manufacturer till the time it gets to a patient or a pharmacy dispenses it, there are multiple actors involved. Because of which, it becomes important to know where is product sitting, how much is sitting where, right? And despite many years of capital expenditure in developing the IT infrastructure for visibility, we don't have sufficient visibility for any actor in the system to say, I can track how much of my incoming shipment is sitting where. So I think this reinforces the fact that the entire set of actors in the pharmaceutical supply chain have to invest more in building supply chain visibility. That's the first part. I think it's a reminder to people. It's a sobering reminder. The second is diversification, right? I mean, we have a high degree of concentration of medicines getting manufactured in certain geographies in the world, right? They come from India, they come from China, they go through some airports in the Gulf. Like the points that could potentially become choke points are highly concentrated around a few regions in the world, right? And in a post-COVID-19, countries had started asking the question, to what extent can they at least make the medicines that are most critical for their health system within their geographical boundary, or at least within their regional jurisdiction? I think that is another part which will get somewhat amplified at the end of the Iran conflict. And I think hopefully people will take the diversification idea somewhat more thoughtfully.
What about in terms of pricing? Are companies able to, what this means, are companies able to absorb or pass on costs gradually?
Yeah, so it depends on the type of product, right? So if it is a generic medicine which costs very little, right? So the basic staples of medicines we take, antibiotics, analgesics, they cost very little. They're inexpensive. And there, the cost of the petrochemical precursors that go into them or the active ingredients that go into them is a significant portion of the end cost. That's where the pinch on prices will be felt the most, because as propylene prices go up, benzene prices go up, so would be the prices of the active ingredients. So the generic companies are working on very thin margins. It's hard for them to absorb 5, 10, 15% increases in raw material costs. The innovative pharmaceutical companies, the ones that make advanced therapies, advanced cancer, insulin, they have higher margins, and the cost of raw material is not that significant a component of their total cost of goods sold. So for them, it's a little bit easier to absorb, and the price increase in the raw material doesn't necessarily impact them that much. So I think that's where we'll see a difference between inexpensive generic medicines, where we may feel the pinch a little bit, and for the more advanced medicines, this doesn't have much of a price impact.
Prashant, the UAE and Saudi Arabia as well have invested heavily in sovereign healthcare and local manufacturing, Life Pharma, Julfa, for example. To what extent is this regional manufacturing base, to what extent is it acted as a firewall, if you like, for the Gulf?
Yeah, so I think some of the manufacturing in Saudi, for example, looks at cancer medicines, right? And then it raises questions as to nobody can be completely self-reliant on all medicines, right? So you have to make choices about which ones should we make regionally and which ones can we continue to import from outside. Now, no matter how you make that choice, you find yourself in situations where you said, let's make our cancer medicines regionally or domestically, and let's keep importing our antibiotics from outside. Now suddenly you realize you don't have antibiotics. So it's hard to say you can make everything in a geography. In particular, many of the medicines require very specialized capabilities. So it will always be a case in terms of, okay, we invest in regional manufacturing, it takes care of some portion of our risk, but some portion of the risk will still depend upon imports, and that needs to be managed through diversification, which means imports, but imports coming from multiple places. And secondly, like I said, through supply chain visibility.
Yeah, and there's a reliance, isn't there, on raw ingredients from India, from China, from wherever. And at the moment, those kinds of things may be caught up in shipping delays as well, I guess.
Yeah, so there is an extremely high degree of concentration of where the active pharmaceutical ingredients come from to pharmaceutical manufacturing around the world. So no matter where finished product manufacturing is happening, its active ingredients come to a very large degree from China, to some degree from India. And that concentration is an upstream choke point for pharmaceutical supply chains across the world.
At the Council of Foreign Relations, you monitor supply chain sovereignty very carefully. I know that. And I get that I've asked you to speculate a little bit this morning. But do you think we're seeing a more permanent shift where nations maybe stop relying on global hubs and move towards kind of a hyper-local stockpiling? From a medical perspective, I mean.
Yeah, so I think countries are rethinking how much should they stockpile, how much of an inventory buffer they should keep. It's an active conversation here in the United States, it's in Europe, in many countries in the world. So one is stockpiling, keeping sufficient buffer so that when there is a disruption, there is sufficient supply to take care of acute needs in the health system. The second is manufacturing closer to the points of demand, right? And that could mean making it in countries in the region versus very long supply chains. That's once again a very active policy debate and conversation around the world, here in the US, in Europe, in GCC countries, in India. So I think multiple regions are asking this question. It's not straightforward to do it for many medicines, just because your dependency is not just on formulating the medicines, it's on finding the active pharmaceutical ingredients, which oftentimes are very scale dependent. So there are some very large factories which make them for the entire world. Now, fragmenting that comes at a little bit of a cost. So then it becomes a question of how much of a cost premium is a country willing to bear in order to achieve this resilience in their supply chain.
Final couple of questions. We've got a few minutes left. Very broadly, how are governments and regulators helping stabilize the situation?
So governments are predominantly asking, what should we keep in stockpile? Should we put more product in buffer inventory if the private industry in the market itself is not holding sufficient product in inventory, right? So that's a government role. Can we expedite procurement and hold product in a stockpile, in a buffer? That's the government role. Regulators, this hasn't been activated yet because there isn't really a shortage that has manifested itself, but the regulators are ready, or at least some of them are thinking about, in case there is a shortage, how can they create some regulatory flexibility so that if you cannot get from a manufacturer or the set of manufacturers that are currently registered in the country, can you do an expedited review and allow importation from a new manufacturer which may not be listed in the country at the moment? So that's the kind of regulatory flexibility that they are preparing for as scenarios. I'm not saying all regulators around the world are, but at least some of them are. So that's the regulatory role.
Prashant, we're pretty much out of time, unfortunately, but I really appreciate you joining us. I know it's late with you. You're joining us online from New York. Prashant Yadav is the Senior Fellow for Global Health at the Council on Foreign Relations. Thanks for joining us at Mira Business FM.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
It's the Morning Drive. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good morning. This is the 8:30 a.m. news on Mira Business FM, and these are the headlines. U.S. President Donald Trump says that he has agreed to suspend bombing on Iran for 2 weeks. The decision follows a 14-day truce proposal put forward by mediators in the Iran conflict. U.S. President Donald Trump said he held talks with leaders in Pakistan. These included Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif and Field Marshal Asim Munir. He said they urged a pause in military action. U.S. President Donald Trump added that the suspension is conditional. It depends on Iran agreeing to reopen the Strait of Hormuz fully and safely. The situation remains uncertain as negotiations continue. Iran says it will guarantee safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz for the next 2 weeks. The pause is intended to allow time for talks with the U.S. scheduled to begin on Friday in Islamabad. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said on X that safe passage will be coordinated with Iran's armed forces. He added that some technical limitations may apply. Iran's Supreme National Security Council stated that the talks are planned to last for 2 weeks, but they could be extended if both sides agree. U.S. crude fell about 17%, dropping to roughly $94 a barrel, while Brent crude slipped slightly to around $109. The decline reflects a relief in global markets as traders anticipate that supply disruptions in the Middle East may ease. The drop comes amid reports that the U.S. and Iran are moving forward a temporary pause in military tensions with talks set to begin soon. The movement in oil prices is linked to Iran potentially reopening the Strait of Hormuz, a critical route for around 20% of the world's oil shipments. Any disruption there can significantly affect global fuel supply and prices. Fuel markets also reacted with heating oil falling roughly 16% and gasoline declining about 10% as investors weigh the possibility of more stable energy flows from the region. Now, quick market and currency update. Bitcoin is trading at $71,527, and for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.23 Indian rupees, 75.79 Pakistani rupees, 33.45 Bangladeshi taka, 16.21 Philippine peso, 14.89 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 4.92 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
It's the morning drive. Global trade policy and local delivery discipline. What the Trump tariff cuts on steel and aluminium mean for UAE construction and costs. That is next at Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
Global markets are reacting this morning in a number of ways, and we'll come to the obvious story in a second. But what we have had is new signals from President Trump on potential tariff cuts on steel and aluminium, or aluminum if you prefer, which is a move that could ripple through construction supply chains worldwide as well and reshape project costs here in the UAE. Now, at the same time, Dubai's real estate sector is pushing ahead with delivery commitments. One developer, Grovey Developers, has confirmed steady construction progress on its Revo project in Dubai Land, with main contractor mobilization now underway and enabling works up pretty much. They're nearing completion. So joining us once again, Abhishek Jalan is the CEO of Grovey Developers, looking at global trade shifts, what that means on the ground, how developers are managing supply chains, and what it takes to stay on schedule in the market today. Lots to talk about with you, Abhishek, but it's good to see you again. Thanks.
Thanks, Tim, for having me here.
Thanks for coming back in. I guess we should start with the news this morning because, and we had a quick discussion off air there with the news of the ceasefire, 2 weeks of ceasefire, and hopefully negotiations resolving successfully in that time period. But it just feels like a different day today, doesn't
100%. So as I was telling you, I mean, I have a habit of checking news every day. So what this definitely does is that till now there was not much clarity as to what's happening. Was there any, progress happening? But now we can see that definitely there is progress in terms of probably a complete and total peace in the region. And obviously a step from all the three nations coming forward and accepting a ceasefire is a definitely good step. I mean, it will definitely increase the sentiments and bring a more positive, sentiment in the environment.
Well, I think so. And sentiment is such an important thing, isn't it? I think we kind of underplay sentiment, but markets move on sentiment, the way we deal with one another. It's such a bonus to have some positive sentiment back, I think. Look, let's talk about President Trump and the administration. They're moving to overhaul Section 232 tariffs, which affects the landed cost of steel and aluminium worldwide. I know the UAE's construction sector is watching the construction inflation index closely, but can you put into context just how significant these proposed tariff cuts on steel and aluminium are for developers here in the UAE?
So when we look at tariffs for the US, I mean, technically what we're looking at is the import duty.
Yes.
Now the import duty is changed for processed materials on the aluminium, steel and copper to 15%. Instead of the 10% rather, within the 10 and 15% range rather than the 50% and the 25%. I personally don't think there's going to be a major impact on the construction industry because of that, because a lot of material which is being processed, a lot of these processing are happening outside the US. Now, the US would do this to increase their construction speed because a lot of their infrastructure works are going on. A lot of their steel plants are under construction. Because of these tariffs, the local industry of raw materials are benefiting from this. So to increase the construction speed and to lower the cost, the tariffs have been reduced. Now, there is a possibility where we think that, okay, fine, the materials coming from different parts of the world, rather than coming to UAE, it's going to US. But a portion of that, I mean, it's going to be a very slight impact. I don't think there's going to be a very significant impact. And we also have to understand what material gets impacted with this. We look at processed material. I mean, if you're looking at a building in construction, we look at the MEP equipments, which is having, all these processed aluminium and steel.
Yeah.
The raw materials, yes, if you're looking at raw materials, that continues to maintain the tariff. There's no change in the tariff over there. So overall, I don't think there's going to be a major impact in terms of in terms of the construction cost in UAE.
So more trade noise, really, rather than being felt in procurement, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, because these are things very localized to US, the production facilities which are shipping to US, their tariffs will be reduced. Their cost of import will be reduced to US. So, I mean, the cost here doesn't change. yes, if the supply increases because of that, and that's a significant supply increase, demand increase in US, then there is a possibility. But then that's a demand and supply dynamic rather than a tariff dynamic coming in.
Okay. Steel and aluminium make up a significant portion of project
Yeah,
budgets, I'm sure. Do these signals, if you like, create an opportunity for UAE developers to maybe lock in better rates? Are we looking at a new baseline of volatility for the next cycle, the 2026-2027 cycle? Which is it?
So if we look at aluminium pricing over the last 1 year, I think the pricing has gone up $1,000 from $2,500 to about $3,500. So that is the market dynamic of how the base metal markets move, and all of these prices are fairly transparent in the markets. I mean, we have London Metal Exchange, which is the main exchange for all these base metals. The question that you raised here is in terms of price locking. I think there should be a standard practice in the market where the contracts and the prices are locked in before we go to market for sales. I mean, that obviously secures the margins. That also secures the contracts, and you see very little price volatility when something like that happens.
Yeah.
So for projects of different size and scale, yes, that is possible. You can always lock in the contracts. You can make sure that the price you're paying is confirmed. You can do advance payments, lock in the material. The factories are, based on advance payments, they're making sure that the material pricing is locked, and that translates towards the cost of the project. So you don't see a lot of volatility when something like that happens.
So a minor effect potentially to reduce construction costs, if any. Are there any other factors that can offset some savings?
Well, I think in UAE, if you're looking at construction, the primary factor, I mean, if you look at different Emirates altogether, then we see different pricing, cost of construction in different Emirates, and this varies significantly. I mean, in an Emirate like Ajman, you would look at 200 dirham per square feet in terms of construction. Here, you would look at 350. Say, and a year back, it was 275, 280. So the cost of construction is changing significantly. And the reason why that is changing is obviously the demand and supply factor, because a lot of projects have started over the last couple of months. There's a lot of demand for the construction material, and also the regulatory changes, because the regulations in all these Emirates are different in terms of safety, in terms of sustainability. So these things are more impacting the cost of construction rather than, I would say, a tariff change on US for a certain product or material.
Can I ask you broadly, it's in my head, to what extent do lower construction costs translate to lower property prices for buyers?
See, I feel so for us at Grovey, we consider real estate pricing technically a hedge to inflation. So as and when the construction cost goes up, property prices go up, and the real estate pricing itself goes up.
Yeah.
So inflation hedge, if you're looking at an inflation hedge, you're looking at real estate. So as and when the prices go up, from the raw material till the ready asset, you will see an increase in the property prices, and it's directly correlated.
I guess we have to keep in mind, next couple of questions, the situation that we have been in, the situation that we may be moving into, and I suppose as well, the situation that was before February the 28th. So I'm asking you with that in mind, but how are developers currently managing the volatility in material pricing and supply chains? How's that experience?
So, I mean, as a practice, what we do is we make sure that our contracts are locked in before we go to market for sale. So, as I said, that makes sure that our margins are intact. That also reduces the risk on the cost of the product. Because when we lock in our contracts, we have already made the payments, we have already booked the materials, and a large portion of it is already done. There may be a 15% room is there, not for the price change, but the material price locking. And that 15% is not going to have a significant impact on the margins. And as and when the time, I mean, if you're looking at now, as of today, once the shipping cycle, once the logistic channels are open, I feel that going forward another month and a half, we will see some correction in the pricing of raw materials overall. So whatever offset has happened, all of that will start correcting. I mean, OPEC will be taking, obviously OPEC has taken into consideration, they've already increased their oil production. I think last week they have done something on that ground. We have already seen oil price coming down. below 95, and it is already trading at 95, 96. And I feel these financial markets impact much faster on the sentiments on news. So we'll see a much larger correction on these prices coming back to maybe close to February pricing. And once that happens, obviously raw material pricing, everything will start correlating and coming down in that phase itself.
I hope the speed continues to be as breathtaking as it has been overnight, so that we can get to back to some kind of normality. I'm just interested, what steps do you take to secure materials early? What's your modus operandi, if you like, to avoid delays?
So when we do the designing of the project, we start the tendering for our long lead items. So these long lead items are essentially items which are going to take 9 months to 12 months. Things like HVAC systems, things like lift, things like pool contractors, all the long lead items which are there in the project.
Right.
When we start working on the pricing for these products, we start locking in the contracts. So we start when I say locking in the contracts, we actually have an agreement between the manufacturer, supplier, installer to make sure that the price is locked in. Now that price is locked in from that day. Now we have to understand the manufacturers, they don't change their price on a daily basis. Most of the manufacturers, and we look at international manufacturers, they're hedging their pricing. So whatever raw material price is there, they're making sure that they are not affected by the change in the international markets on the pricing, and they hedge themselves. So they execute a trade on one of these exchanges, and they make sure that their price is also locked in. So when we start signing contracts with these contractors or manufacturers, they make sure that the project life cycle cost is already locked in from the day one. And construction is something which goes on for at least 2 years on a minimum side, and depending on the size and scale, it can go up to 5 years as well. So we have to divide the procurement cycle in the project at that stage. And when we are able to divide the procurement cycle, we are able to actually finalize a lot of material during the initial phase of the construction.
Let's talk a little bit about your the Riva project. It's a Dubai Land project. Walk me through the current progress, and I know you've reached a milestone, but where are you now?
So the excavation piling works are completed. So the main contractor is mobilized now on site, and what the main contractor will start doing is start working on the substructure,
right,
which is the raft and the ground floor slab. Because we have one basement, so we are assuming about 3 months' time in order to come out to the ground floor. And once we have reached that milestone, that's another significant milestone on the project. The next milestone which will come in is the completion of the superstructure, which will be about 9 to 10 months. And while that happens, then the internal finishing work starts.
How important was it to finalize piling and shoring before this kind of latest round of, well, the global trade shifts, I think is the only phrase, isn't it?
So I think we've been, as a practice, we do that. And I'm very confident now that this is a practice we'll continue going forward, because obviously it eliminates a lot of risk elements. It secures the buyers, it secures the developer, and it makes sure that the project is being delivered. So yes, it has been probably the most important element for us to make sure that, the project pricing is already freezed. And now, even though I'm expecting some correction in the pricing, that's something, a lower price is not going to hurt anyone, but a higher price is what some impacts people. So yeah.
Okay. You've just appointed, is it Al Ishraq, is that right?
Yeah.
Consulting, right, as the main contractor.
Yeah.
When you select a partner, and this is back to the current market kind of situation where we've been recently, is it price or is it most resilient supply chain network?
So we have a very stringent process how we check a contractor. So it's not just the price. Pricing comes later. First, we have to make sure what the product they have delivered in the market. Right. We have to visit. We have to check what sort of quality have they delivered. Obviously, quality is subjective to people who are inspecting as well. So we have a general understanding of how the contractors function. We take references for the contractors from different consultants. We take references from subcontractors. Our mindset is wealth creation. Whenever we are looking at wealth creation, it goes in the ecosystem. It goes for all the related parties, including the contractor, including the consultants. So we make sure that they understand our philosophy of where the project needs to be. And once that is done, then we look at the pricing. Right. Then we look at the resilience of the contractor. We look at the balance sheets, how strong they are. Are they able to execute? If there are any, situations like this, are they able to continue with their manpower over the next 3 to 6 months? So that is something which comes in later on.
Abhishek, when it comes to keeping, these large-scale residential projects on track, how important is contractor mobilization timing?
Well, generally, contractor mobilization takes about a month's time. So where the infrastructure comes to site, the site offices, the rest area for labor, all these setups starts happening within that 1 month period. Contractor mobilization is a very critical stage because that is where the timeline of the project really starts. So as per our contracts, we have timelines in terms of the completion of the project. So the mobilization becomes a key milestone for the contractor to finish the project in that certain time period.
Got you. I knew being the son of a civil engineer would come in handy at some point in my life, but lots of these phrases are kind of, I remember that. I remember my father. It's interesting. You've already fast-tracked procurement of key materials, obviously, for Revo. Is buying early, is it the only way that you protect buyers from the cost increase in construction? It's 2.7 or it's around about there, I think, percent. Am I right in saying that?
2.7% of what?
Construction cost increase. That's the forecast for the UAE this year. Is that the right figure? Has that been
Well, see, when we look at indexes for price increase, we have to make sure that what all products are taken into consideration. I'm not aware about the construction cost index. That is not something that we really follow. We look at the market data which is coming in. We stay in touch with the contractors. The primary reason for cost increase right now in the market was before 20th February was the demand. Now the demand has come down. Now the supply is the issue.
Gotcha. Okay.
So now if the supply constraints are resolved, we definitely feel that the price will come in, in a more reasonable place. Because many of these projects are not viable if you look at the cost as of today.
Right.
So, it needs to be viable for all the parties.
I forgot to say at the start of this interview, congratulations. You won a Digital Developer Award.
Yeah,
didn't
thank you.
PropTech Connect 2026. And I need to ask you, how does using construction management software, and we talked about this briefly the first time you were here, use that across the Revo's life cycle, I guess. How does that help you mitigate the invisible costs, the kinds of costs that usually eat into margins?
So any delay on the project life cycle increases the cost of the project.
Yes.
Now, as a developer, it is a developer's intent to make sure that the projects are delivered on time. Now, what these construction management softwares do, and we see a lot of these issues, and we have experienced these issues, what happens is that there's a lot of ambiguity on site as to where the delay is happening. So when we start implementing these softwares, we are able to track by a pinpoint that exactly where the delay is happening. Is it the consultant who's getting the delays? Is it the contractor who's getting the? Is it the subcontractors? Is it the developer themselves, taking time for their approvals? So we are able to identify them. We don't need to wait till the completion of the project to resolve them. On a regular basis, we can continue resolving these issues. On a weekly basis, on a day-to-day basis, we can track this data. We can see where certain approvals are, certain inspections are, material inspections, site inspection, all these things are, and we can take corrective actions accordingly.
Okay. We've got a couple of minutes left. Just a couple more questions. You're offering units just under 700,000. That's kind of the start point, isn't it? I think, is it 690?
I don't think we have any more inventory left because very limited inventory. But yes, we probably started at that stage.
Good problem to have.
Good problem to have.
Exactly. So, the thing is, you're well positioned, aren't you, for a high growth segment? And I'm interested, what have investors asked you? Is it the steel, the aluminium, and the walls, the things we've been talking about? Is it smart home features? What do investors talk to you about, considering your product?
See, investors essentially look at few things broadly. So I'm going to summarize this because obviously it depends on person to person. They might go into, what the home automation systems are, what the design elements are.
Sure.
Primary elements that go into place is what does the design look like? Because if we are delivering what we are committing on paper, then that is what people are looking for. So they look at the design element. Right. Then they look at the payment plan. Is the payment plan something that they can continue with? And we make sure that they get post-handover payment plans, construction link post-handover payment plan, because it eliminates the risk for the customer and for the developer as well, and for the contract. So all parties. So the project is in the focus. So when we take the project in focus and we make sure that the payment plans are such, so basically what I mean by construction linked payment plan, once we reach a certain stage of construction, we are collecting payments. So if the construction is not achieved to that stage, we will not be collecting payments. So that brings a lot of security to the customer. So payment plan is very critical, which people look at, and obviously the pricing.
Yeah.
And the fourth thing which is important after all of this is what people look at, the past deliveries of the developer. It should be the other way around.
I was going to say that's
Yeah.
probably earlier.
Yeah,
would be better.
but generally people look at that in the end. They're like, okay, fine, now the pricing works, this and that. Now, okay, fine, the developer has delivered in the past. We've seen their performance. We've seen what their products are priced today in the market. So,
All right, final question for you then. Looking at the global trade map, looking at the local construction site, what for you is the one sort of golden rule that you follow to make sure that you deliver? I mean, Revo, for example, to meet, what is it, Q4 2027 delivery, is that right?
Yeah.
What's the golden rule to make sure that you're on time? Because that's, I mean, it's key, isn't it?
well, the golden rule, I would say there are many things, but the most important thing would be the planning side of it. So we have to be realistic in our planning. When we look at planning with our project life cycle as well, there are many a times when we receive the planning diagram, we see that the data is not correct, and the data is not correct, and it's going to impact the contractor as well. So we have to make it logical for everyone involved. We cannot, we have to work. All the team players have to work together for the completion of the project. And that is something which is very important because, again, coming back to the point where our ideology sits, we sit at real estate, creating wealth for all stakeholders. We have to make sure that the programs are logical. We are not working with contractors with the intent of penalizing them. We are working with the contractors with the intent of completing the project. When that mindset changes, because obviously we are coming from Delhi and we've been in development in Delhi for about 5 decades, we also have a contracting arm in Delhi. So we see how, contractors are many a times not treated fairly. And that is something which we are bringing into the system with our contractors and trying to, make sure that they are treated fairly as well, because they are a big part of the project and they have to be, working as a team rather than you have not completed the task, blaming each other. And, so that is, I think, something which is very important for us.
Yeah, it's a good thing to hear, I have to say to you. It's good to have you here as well on a day when the sentiment's a little bit more positive.
I'm happy to be here.
There's something in the air. Abhishek Jalana is the CEO of Grovey Developers. Appreciate you coming in. Nice
Thank you,
to see you.
Tim. Thank you for having me.
This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good morning, it's 9 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq, and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. U.S. President Donald Trump says he has agreed to suspend bombing on Iran for 2 weeks. The decision follows a 14-day truce proposal put forward by mediators in the Iran conflict. U.S. President Donald Trump said he held talks with leaders in Pakistan, which included Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and Field Marshal Asim Munir. He said they urged a pause in military action. U.S. President Donald Trump added that the suspension is conditional. It depends on Iran agreeing to reopen the Strait of Hormuz fully and safely. The situation remains uncertain as negotiations continue. Iran says it will guarantee safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz for the next 2 weeks. The pause is intended to allow time for talks with the U.S. scheduled to begin on Friday in Islamabad. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said on X that safe passage will be coordinated with Iran's armed forces. He added that some technical limitations may apply. Iran's Supreme National Security Council stated that the talks are planned to last 2 weeks, but they could be extended if both sides agree. Some UAE companies are shifting to basic health insurance plans to manage rising costs. This trend is mainly seen among small and medium-sized businesses. Larger companies, however, are maintaining strong coverage to retain top talent. Industry experts say that firms are not cutting benefits completely. Instead, they're making targeted changes. These include higher co-payments and adjusting hospital networks. SMEs across the Gulf are under growing financial pressure. This is linked to the regional conflict involving the US, Israel, and Iran war. As a result, many businesses are reviewing their insurance spending more closely. That's the news for now. Follow more news on X and Telegram. This is Mira Business FM.
This is Mira Business FM. It is the morning drive. My name's Tim Elliott. We're talking real estate. We'll be joined by our regular Wednesday morning guest, Mario Volpi, Senior VP of Investment Advisory at Allegiance Real Estate. He's with us next.
Mira Business FM, the sound of success.
Mira Business FM, talking real estate. I'm very pleased, as always, to be joined by the veritable, the venerable, the awesome Mario Volpe, who is Senior VP Investment Advisory at Allegiance Real Estate. I got that out in a sentence without fluffing it.
You have practiced that now. It's only taken you, what, did you say 6 months we've been doing this?
Just over. I did that all, it was all in my head as well. Maybe it should have stayed there.
Yeah, good morning anyway. Good morning to everyone.
Nice to see you, Mario. I have to say, and you said this yourself, so this is me being completely transparent. You're looking very Trumpy this morning.
Yes, with my red tie. I don't have many red things, being a Chelsea fan, but one red tie I do have and a pocket square to match, so I thought I'd go for it today. In honour of the ceasefire.
Your sartorial elegance precedes you.
Yes.
Do you know what? I think it's fine. Trumpy should be an adjective, by the way. That's really good, yeah. I'm very Trumpy today. That means you've got a long tie.
No, hold on. Is that antagonistic, or what is it? Or getting your own way? I mean, what's being Trumpy?
Well, there are many things. There are many facets to the man's character, I suppose. No, I mean that in the, he goes for he very often wears the big, long red tie.
Yeah.
That would be Trumpy.
And the funny thing is, actually, when I first put it on, it was too long. I don't like them when they're too long. That is being Trumpy, but I had to readjust it. But yes.
Oh, well, good to know. You are sartorially elegant, that's the thing. Look, much more positive news this morning. It feels a little bit different. We have the ceasefire news. Oil prices have fallen. They've fallen sharply as well. And I suppose that's where we start, because it is good news.
Yeah, I think everybody was glued to the news last night, if there were any last-minute changes. But the sort of deadline was ticking away. And then I realised that the deadline fell at 4 o'clock in the morning, our time, which hopefully I was going to be fast asleep. But then I got the alarm.
Depending on whether Chelsea play. Because
yes, for sure. But I would have been in bed by then anyway if they had. But no, they hadn't. And then I got woken up with the alarm, which was 3-something again this morning. Did you not hear an alarm last night?
I sleep like the dead. I'm sorry.
My goodness!
I know I didn't hear it.
Yeah. So there was. I know these alarms are softer, but they I don't know. They still wake me up. So I then glanced at the phone, and there was. I don't think there was anything at the time. But this morning woke up to the news that the ceasefire was there, kind of thing. I think they did it an hour or two before that deadline. Very pleased. What does this mean? I think right now we take stock. I don't think it's going to be like a switch where, all of a sudden everything is back to normal. No. It's not going to be like that at all. And of course, the problem hasn't actually gone away, let's be honest. It's just this can's been kicked down the road for 2 weeks. And let's just hope that within this 2-week period that some accord on both sides can be found, and then we can actually get back to some normality, because, Dubai has a business to run. We've got houses to sell.
I know. You got a lot of houses to sell, more than you had a while ago.
Well, maybe not.
Let's hope. So look, I thought this week, a number of things to talk to you about this week. So real estate news kind of in figures. I've got lots of figures to run by you. And lots of this was kind of predicated on the situation that we were in until 4 o'clock this morning. Yeah. We're still in that situation, of course, and perhaps we'll see maybe a more positive change. But we'll look at that. Rent recalibration I want to talk to you about as well. The first quarter of this year, and also a record-breaking super duplex Burj Khalifa apartment. Do you want to start with that?
I mean,
it's a remarkable...
It is remarkable. Ironically, I actually know the owner, and when I read about what was there, first of all, it took sort of 6 years for this to come to fruition. 3 years of which was for approvals, because. So for the listeners, basically, it's an apartment on the 87th and 88th floor of the Burj Khalifa. They amalgamated, a couple or two or three apartments to create this sort of vertical 10,000 square foot apartment, which apparently they can even extend further by another 5,000 square feet. So it could be as much as 15,000 square feet. But right now it's 10,000 square feet. And as you can imagine, it's got sort of all the bells and whistles.
Yeah.
But the real thing is that there's many records that have been broken. It's got, the master bedroom is 2,500 square feet.
I saw that.
I mean, that's bigger than some apartments.
It's huge.
And that's just, and actually, my co-host on the podcast said, well, I mean, what's in it? I mean, it's a bedroom. I went, well, yes, you have the bed area. You probably have a lounge area. There's the dressing room, his and hers. There's the bathrooms. And then I started to think, well, yeah, what else could you put in there?
There's still a load of space, even with all that stuff.
Correct. There's definitely room if you have an argument with your spouse to go to another area of your bedroom. So that was one thing. The other thing is it's the highest apartment with its own pool.
Right.
And what else?
Do you know
we
what?
haven't talked the price.
I've got the price here. Is that hasn't changed? Is it 12 million?
12 million dirhams for rent, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, can I just say it's not a purchase. It's for rent per year. I mean, I divided that out. It was something like 30-odd thousand pounds, 30-odd thousand dirhams a day.
Wow.
I mean, surely you can stay in the Armani hotel downstairs for less than that per night.
But then the other thing, did you mention this? I don't think you did. The terrace that they have there.
It's 2,000 square foot terrace.
2,000 square foot terrace with the views.
Well, of course. I mean, on the 87th floor, you're going to have some spectacular views all around.
It's going to be windy at times as well.
For sure. Yeah. You can spot if Tom Cruise pops along, can't you? I suppose you get first-hand view of that.
If he abseils past.
But what the reason why I mention it, apart from the fact that it's eye-wateringly expensive, etc., not everybody clearly can afford or even would want to spend that kind of money, is that someone has, and that's
the point. Yeah.
The point was that someone has invested. It could be a company. I don't know. Obviously, there was no disclosure as to who was the recipient or the tenant, should I say. But somebody has spent that kind of money, and it just shows that actually, despite what was going on, what is going on, that either they've put that completely to one side, or they brushed it aside and said, "Look, I don't care, or I don't mind. I do believe Dubai is still worth investing in because It's an investment. It's a bit of a dead investment, obviously, rentals when it comes to tenants, because what you're doing is you're buying time. You're buying the flexibility, but the actual investment itself, that's gone, that's paid to the landlord, and that's never coming back.
Yeah.
But the fact that they've done that and such a high amount, I mean, it must mean that they really do believe in Dubai and the future of the real estate market or the economy.
Well, that's about as clear a confidence signal as you could get, I think, from, I don't know who's moved in or who will be moving in. The other thing I did notice was this, it reminded me of my kind of place in the world, because the ceilings are Alcantara lined, aren't they?
Yes.
That was one thing that sort of
That's
popped
right.
out. And I sat and I was trying to think, what does an Alcantara lined ceiling look like? And I realized that I don't know. The only experience I have with Alcantara is I had a phone case that was lined once with fake Alcantara.
There was a place in Mexico.
It was a great... it could well be. It's next to Chihuahua, apparently. I don't know. But it just reminded me of my place. It's the most remarkable story.
I mean, the materials that they've used clearly are the best of the best. I think they had Bang & Olufsen speakers. I mean, if you've ever tried to buy a Bang & Olufsen television, I mean, I don't want to be the advert here to sort of push for these brands, but if you've ever tried to buy just a TV,
not the cheapest.
Do you know, again, you'd have to speak to your mortgage advisor before sort of going in. But so the fact that they have used the best materials, the best of the best is obvious. So when you analyze all of that, maybe 12 million is the right price. I don't know. It's way beyond my pay grade, that's for sure.
Yeah. There's another apartment as well, mega apartment deal, and this was one on the Palm. I don't know if you saw this. It was sold, this was a sale, 65.5 million dirhams, just under that. underlining continued strong demand. But this was in the papers this week. It was in the All Infinity project, which is an Omniat project, which is a real prime development, isn't it? And it's information from the DLD's REST platform. It's 8,391 square feet.
I mean, I have to say that Omniat are, from a developer point of view, they pride themselves as being the sort of the top end. I mentioned before that they have a sister company called Beyond. Remember we talked about Rolex and Tudor? But even Beyond are really, really good. But Omniat, they've broken many records for penthouses and apartments, especially on the Palm. Their sort of original project won the Palm, which is a great address in itself. I remember penthouses there were selling, I mean, I'm going back years now, but sort of 100, 110 million. So it's kind of 65 million. I mean, you mentioned, of course we have to talk about it because during a time of conflict or during a time of uncertainty like this, 65 million is a heck of a lot of money. But when I look back at what Omniat has done, the Dorchester collection in Business Bay, etc., on Marassi Drive there on the marina, 65 is actually quite low, So isn't it funny how, you become so immune to it all, really. Again, very high amounts of money, but for that particular developer, they've done better. So, fair play this week, obviously, in the sort of chaos that we are/were in. But it's a bit of a really. Is that the right word? MEH? Meh? Is that how you pronounce it? Sounds like a cat.
No, it really does. But I mean, this is a huge apartment. It's the point. The point of all this, once again, as with the Burj Khalifa apartment story, duplex
is the sentiment,
story.
Isn't it?
It is all about sentiment.
But that top end, in fact, that's another thing about something that I talked about in the podcast, sort of this week, is that. You've got to be selective, and the top end of the market, I'm not saying it's immune, because it isn't, but it appears to be more immune than the mainstream apartments. And, if any investor has bought a run-of-the-mill studio or one-bedroom in an average project, in an average area, they're the ones that are going to tend to probably, dare I say, suffer a little bit when it comes to stabilization. Remember, I don't like the use correction, but when the market clearly doesn't continue to go up and perhaps goes the other way, because there's so many of them. So people who are buying now really should be selective, not just in the actual unit, but in the project. And I think then they should be relatively okay going forward, because nobody wants to buy badly, and that's why you've got to look beyond the sort of glossy brochure or beyond the sort of internet information that you get, that it's got this and that facility. You've got to say to yourself, does this fit my strategy? Does this project, if you're an end user, does it fit my lifestyle? Does it give exactly what I'm wanting? And if it does, and you're an end user, fine, that kind of doesn't matter. I'm talking more about the investors who then will have to do something else with it. They'll either have to rent it out long-term or short-term, or what's the end game from the point of view of resale. You don't want to be one of thousands and thousands and thousands of other exactly the same units, because then the only differential is the price, and that's going to hit you when you come to sell it, that you'll have to make it cheaper than everything else. Otherwise, it'll just get involved in all the noise that surrounds. So, buying real estate can be a bit of a minefield, which is why you need a good real estate broker to guide you, despite the fact that people think that, we're two a penny and we're useless and all the rest of it. Yeah, some of us are, but
I don't think you're useless.
Well, I'm not necessarily talking, hopefully, about myself, but thanks very much for the votes of confidence.
You included yourself in there. Well, but perception is important.
I kind of did, but
Yeah. How self-effacing of you.
Thank you.
No, but you're right. I think you're so right, and I appreciate the honesty as well, because it is, we tar real estate agents with that brush, and I do it as well. But I try quite often to check myself and make the point that actually, when you find a really good real estate agent, I've said this to you many times, stick with them because they are worth their weight in gold.
Look, we don't always get it right as well. I want to add that too, but we're human, we make mistakes. But I think the intent there is always to look after their clients, because most real estate agents, they want repeat business. They don't want you to just buy a property. That's fine for that particular time. But they want you to buy properties for life, from the point of view, if you are dare I say, an institutional investor or someone who would buy more than one. So I'm not saying that they act that way all the time just for that end goal, but they do. The good ones really do care about making money for their clients, because it goes hand in hand as well, that when the client feels good, not only are they making money and they might buy other things, but of course they might then talk to their friends, their families, and say, do you know what, if you need anything, go and see my man here. And then it all starts again.
That personal recommendation thing is a paying it forward thing, isn't it? There's no better form of advertising than personal recommendation. We've got a few minutes before the news, and I wanted to talk to you about actually one of the other topics on your Dubai Property podcast this week, because I think it's interesting. So years and years of sustained growth, certainly since just after COVID, we've had a good 3-4 year run, haven't we, in real estate here? So I'm wondering if we're now getting to the point where Dubai property investors need to stop kind of saying to themselves, it's just going to keep going northwards, everything's going up. And there's an argument that we've kind of hit pause because of the situation, because of the tensions, at a time, there are adverse circumstances, but there's also, I know you don't like the term correction. I know you like stabilization, but I'm going to offer you another thing here. I think it's more of a recalibration. How's that?
Yeah, I'll go with that. That's quite good.
I thought you'd like that.
Yeah, that's good.
But that's kind of where we are now, isn't it?
It is. I mean, we have seen at the beginning, the Q1 figures are out. So this year we can say that, the beginning of this year also again, we were doing good figures. You've got to remember that the sort of crisis happened at the end of February. So we had all of January and all of February that has done the majority of the heavy lifting in this first quarter. And of course, whilst things happened relatively quickly, it doesn't necessarily fall off a cliff like it did in the 2008 financial crash, where unfortunately, prices did go down very, very quickly. We haven't really seen prices go down to the extent that buyers want. And when we have all these buyers saying, I want distress, I want distress, I want distress. Yeah. And you've got, we talked about it before, we've got the reluctance of owners to come down because maybe their motivation to sell isn't there. So again, totally different. But I think the real potential spectre on the horizon might be the amount of stock that is going to be coming, dare I say, between now and 2028. Right. Today we still have obviously the sort of geopolitical situation with us. Like I said, maybe this is a can that's been kicked down the road for 2 weeks. Let's hope that we do get to a finalization there. But then we've got to look at, well, then what else? We're not going to go back to where we were, things going up and up and up. No, because I think this year was always going to be that year potentially of pause, thanks to perhaps the stock that was going to be coming.
Yeah. Mira Volpe is Senior VP for Investment Advisory at Allegiance Real Estate. We are talking real estate, another half an hour or so with Mario, and there will be more after the news. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
Good morning, it's 9:30 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. U.S. President Donald Trump says that he has agreed to suspend bombing on Iran for 2 weeks. The decision follows a 14-day truce proposal put forward by mediators in Iran conflict. U.S. President Donald Trump said he held talks with leaders in Pakistan. These included Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and Field Marshal Asim Munir. He said they urged a pause in military action. U.S. President Donald Trump added that the suspension is conditional. It depends on Iran agreeing to reopen the Strait of Hormuz fully and safely. The situation remains uncertain as negotiations continue. Iran says it will guarantee safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz for the next 2 weeks. The pause is intended to allow time for talks with the U.S. scheduled to begin on Friday in Islamabad. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said on X that safe passage will be coordinated with Iran's armed forces. He added that some technical limitations may apply. Iran's Supreme National Security Council stated that the talks are planned to last 2 weeks, but they could be extended if both sides agree. U.S. crude fell about 17%, dropping to roughly $94 a barrel, while Brent crude slipped slightly to around $109. The decline reflects relief in global markets as traders anticipate that supply disruptions in the Middle East may ease. The drop comes amid reports that the U.S. and Iran are moving toward a temporary pause in military tensions, with talks set to begin soon. Fuel markets also reacted, with heating oil falling roughly 16% and gasoline declining about 10% as investors weigh the possibility of more stable energy flows from the region. And now, quick market and currency update. Bitcoin is trading at $71,751. And for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.23 Indian rupees, 75.79 Pakistani rupees, 33.45 Bangladeshi taka, 16.21 Philippine peso, 14.89 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 4.92 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more.
This is Mira Business FM. It's the morning drive, and we're talking real estate. Mario Volpi is here from Allegiance Real Estate. He's the Senior VP for Investment Advisory. Joins us looking very Trumpy this morning in his red tie. By his own admission, that's not me. Maybe Trumpian is
Trumpian, yeah.
I had a Trumpian thing going on. My mind's wandering, isn't it?
Yeah, it is now.
Yeah, I know. I need to get back on track. So we were talking about, we've had a really, really good run here in the UAE. Property prices increasing exponentially, certainly since COVID. Not a correction, a recalibration perhaps this year expected. Your speculation of, the increased supply that we're going to see between now and 2028 is one of the things. There is such a major pipeline of new stock coming, Mario, isn't there?
There are, but I think I also have to say that won't necessarily create what we're talking about here for this recalibration. Because whilst that pipeline is definitely there, I'm not saying it's not, the powers to be, the government, they will not allow it to flood the market.
Yes.
Because if they do that, then of course we will get issues with pricing where clearly buyers will start to walk with their feet, or tenants, etc. So everything will be done, I believe, in a measured fashion, and also there are two other things. First of all, the geopolitical situation certainly did. Hopefully now that's stopped, but was going to create some sort of logistical constipation, for want of another word.
Okay.
blockage, whatever, or slowdown, which again potentially, if that carried on longer and longer, would have caused some issues in terms of delays in building. I think it was short enough that we're not really going to see too much of that, but that threat is always there. And the other thing is, like I say, the developers will dictate the timeline. And whilst the rhetoric or the conversation was along the lines of it's full steam ahead, we're not stopping, we're not slowing down building. They do have a duty of care, obviously, to the people that have bought the properties. I'm talking about developers now, and obviously the off-plan properties. They have a duty of care for those that have actually bought properties and need to take delivery. But it will come. It will come at a cost in some respects. That they're just not going to allow it to flow as naturally as you think it will be. Okay. So if everything is ready to hand over, you're not going to have 200,000 plus units, hitting the market at any one time. I personally don't believe that. So it'll be a phased entry, which obviously that number of units coming on will have an effect. Clearly all of them have been bought, but some will be resold. It will affect the leasing market, of course. We know that the short-term rental market did take a bit of a shock in these last sort of 4, 5, 6 weeks. That remains to be seen exactly how the hospitality sector opens up again, and how quickly that can come back to some degree of normality. As I don't think it's going to come back too quickly. So all of these things into the mix is. We've got this soup, so nobody really knows. All these people talk, I talk, blah, 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 all the rest of it. Nobody really knows. But I try to look at all the facets and say, if we just say that 200,000 odd units are coming on between now and 2028, what does that do to the market? Well, clearly it will affect the market. But I've just tried to add these extra bits to it so that the listener can understand that what's at play here, because the economy is obviously very, very important to the government, to the whole of Dubai and the UAE, and it needs to sort of be steady as she goes rather than these booms and busts. We don't really want the booms and busts.
No.
Steady growth. Now we just need to get back to some sort of normality from the point of view of what the world thinks of us. We're very positive. We feel very safe here. That has been shown, but we need to sort of change the sentiment outside, and that's going to be a really big PR job that the UAE will need to do. Because assuming this war, let's say, is over, which we all hope and pray that it is, it might be a bit early to talk about that, but the fact of the matter is, hopefully, no more alarms, no more missiles, no more drones, and at least for the next 2 weeks we can, breathe easy and hope that the negotiations go, despite, as I said off air, where I think they're still so far apart. But you're right, it's a beginning of a negotiation where people sort of take one step forward, both, and it hopefully somewhere meet in the middle. But the reality is that the war hopefully is over, and therefore that's when it'll begin to the UAE will begin to start to change the rhetoric that Dubai is no longer safe, and everybody thinking that's the case, when actually, the fundamentals have not changed, and they haven't also changed in the real estate market.
Well, that's what's really important to remember, I think. Assuming, let's make an assumption that, this is the first step of a negotiation and it ends in a positive way. That's great. The fundamentals haven't changed. As far as I can see, once perception turns more positive as well, what's the difference? I keep coming back to a quote that I read the other day from Ahmed bin Salem from DMCC.
Yeah.
Talking over the weekend, it was in the papers at the weekend, and it's an article about the real estate market and projections looking forward, the economy. And he said something that really stood out to me for no other reason. It's two words that stood out in a whole paragraph of, I think Dubai's going to do this and move forward in this way. And he was asked a number of different things. And then he said, look, it is a natural hub. Those were the two words, a natural hub. And for some reason, those two words together struck me. And the point he was making, I think, and I think very cleverly, but I also think rightly, is that where else would you go? It's like, you should be here. And I thought that was a really good point.
Yeah, I mean, not everybody can afford to go, let's say, to Switzerland, where with Swiss schools and bankers and what have you. Some can, but the majority can't. So you look at Europe, and economically, Europe isn't in the best of situations. Taxes, obviously. You then start to talk about other financial centres. London would be one of it, but despite the fact that London is our home, and we all have kind of family there, from a safety point of view, you're more likely to be stabbed there than, dare I say, even having a missile over here. So, and yet they talk about, we're at war, when actually we were never at war. We were just, dare I say, in the wrong place at the wrong time, perhaps. But the fact of the matter is that those fundamentals, and I'm not just talking about safety, sort of internal safety, about leaving your wallet on the table or not having any sort of violence against you or theft. Just that feeling that you can live the life that you want to live within reason, within the law, and everybody leaves you alone. It's fine. But the other fundamentals, the visas, the liquidity, the fact that we're so innovative, forward-thinking, we come across a blockage or a problem, the government meet, or at least the local government meet, sometimes the federal government meet, they come up with a solution, and next minute we get over that problem. I've always said that in the main we're run as a company, like a business, and that has worked. But businesses also have downturns, so wherever there's problems, we will find those solutions, and that's the beauty about the UAE. So you're right. Where would you go? You then talk about, America is this powerhouse, or at least they think they are. But there also you could get shot because they have too many guns and the gun laws, and you've got the Republicans saying everybody has a right to bear arms, and the liberals saying, no, it's really bad, and the wokeness and all that nonsense, and 300 different genders and all the rest of it. I know I'm now ranting, and it's my own opinion.
You are slightly.
But,
there was a stream of consciousness there that just came out, and I'm
it's male and female. That's how I see it.
Well, that's a different argument. There's biological sex, and then there's gender, which is fluid.
But,
that's the idea.
But it's fudging a lot of people's ideologies, fudging people's ideas, and how they get offended all the time. I mean, my wife says it's good that you're staying in the UAE, because if you lived in England, you would get arrested because I speak my mind. And,
you do.
And my daughter says, you can't say that. Why can't I say that? How have we become? And that's the bit. And I know we've gone off topic a little bit. Yes, I'm opinionated for Chelsea, for real estate, and now for these kind of things. Because why is your right better than my right? And that's the bit I'm trying to make here. You can't say that. Why can't I? Because I'll get offended. Well, why would you get offended?
See, that's a really difficult one, and I understand what you mean. And
maybe I'm just too old.
Let me sit on the fence. I'll play devil's advocate for you for a moment, okay? And I kind of agree, because I often think if you are offended by something, it's more your problem than mine, because I may not have meant that in an offensive way.
Yeah.
But I understand that people's feelings are hurt, and that's fine. So I'm trying to sort of sit on the fence, and it's quite uncomfortable on the fence actually at the moment.
Do you know what? There's a well, you probably know. I've got
a wedgie.
Okay. Wow. I also collect American comics. It's one of my hobbies. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's a comic shop in Richmond in London that I've been going to for years and years and years and years. And they had a change of ownership years and years and years ago. Anyway, I went in there. I think it was last year. And the owner happened to be there. He's a friend of mine. And there was this assistant behind the till. Who, unfortunately, I say unfortunately because they have a lot of good comics behind the till. You've got to like say, can you take that one down so I can have a look at it? You've got to engage with the assistant.
Gotcha.
And if I tell you that it was a man in a dress, okay, it was a bloke. So I said to him, I said, sorry, excuse me. Can you take this down? And I made reference to him.
Okay.
I can't even remember what I said now, but could you bring that down? And anyway, I looked at it, gave it back, and the owner. Then I went outside the shop to look at the shop window, and the owner came out. Richard, his name is, and he said, "Mary, I just want to let you know that you offended Gloria." And I went, "Who's Gloria?" He goes, the assistant. Now, this guy, I mean, okay, he didn't have a beard, but he had the long hair. It was a bloke, and I'm thinking, how am I supposed to react? How am I supposed to, if it's this person's choice to wear a dress, he identifies clearly as a female, and that's fine. Mm-hmm. But that's his choice. I see a man in a dress, which in my head, it doesn't compute. So listen, I know we've gone completely off topic, but that was an example that he just tried to bring me. And I said, oh, well, if I've offended her, and I did the fingers like this outside in inverted commas.
Okay.
See, I can't let it go. I can't just say, I've offended her, I'm sorry. I had to do that. Because it just doesn't wash with me. I'm sorry.
You are the way you are.
I don't know what else to say. Anyway, let's talk real estate. Sorry.
No, we did go off topic there. No, I understand, Maria. Do you feel better?
I'm not sure. Are there any questions from listeners?
Oh, I can bail you out beautifully. Do you know, actually, and there are a number of reasons why I thought people might text in this morning, because kind of anecdotally, and you talk to people, and it's I've got a better deal on my rent because of what's been happening, of course, right? John texts in with exactly that kind of issue. My landlord reduced my rent, okay, but given the recent announcements, and I'm guessing this is maybe on a short stay agreement or a hotel apartment or something, is it likely the landlord or the owner may bring it back to the original price? Contractually, it depends, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, it must be short term, because when you agree a contract, that's the contract that is agreed for the duration, and if it's long term, then it's a year. Obviously, the Ijari has to be done, so it's kind of written and referenced and registered. So, look, if it's short term, and the reduced rent for that 1 month, or dare I say 2 months, or however long the situation remains at that level, has expired, and then if something else was to happen, like everything goes back to normal, or dare I say it gets worse or whatever, it depends which way you're looking at it, you then just go back to the negotiating table. So the straight answer to John would be yes, there is a possibility, but of course John has the choice to accept it or not. And if it's short term, he's going to look elsewhere. If he can't find anything better, then I guess he would try and negotiate with his current landlord. If he can, then he would say, look, I'm willing to stay, but this is all I'm willing to pay. If not, then I found something else online that I could move to. And ironically, actually, I was looking myself, because I just moved in November. And I just wanted to see, because I'd seen Property Monitor, who is a B2B platform that we use for pricing and to see what's been sold, etc. And they obviously have rentals too. Just how much, not only rental prices, new contracts have come down, but renewals as well. 1 month ago, 3 months ago, and if you like, over the 12-month period. And of course, the 1 month ones where there have been renewals, there's a lot of red arrows there. So I just went on to one of the portals just to see what my own unit could potentially come down to. But apart from the odd outlier, they always say never look at the top end, never look at the bottom end. There wasn't. I didn't actually see that much change. There was a bit, but not much. So even during this sort of 5-6 week conflict or 5-week conflict that we got to, wasn't really sufficient. And I'm talking about new contracts now to really reflect. Yes, there was one particular one that was sort of 20,000 dirhams less than what I had paid, but that was the only one. There were several still at the same level, one or two slightly less, but a lot slightly higher, because where I am is you can either have sea view or no sea view, and that does make a difference, the prices.
Yeah. No, and I renewed rent in the middle of March. And same level, but obviously I was informed 3 months before. I hadn't moved, so it's a different thing. But it does raise a question, doesn't it? Because as we start to see people coming back, and it's not going to be immediate, I think we're all realistic about that. So, potentially there is more room for change in the next month, 3 months, perhaps the next quarter.
Yeah, and I think that will happen naturally anyway, because of what we talked about, and the fact that this year probably was going to see, a return to easier negotiations for tenants with their landlords, purely and simply that, you can't just have a marketplace that continually goes up and up and up. So actually, I welcome that, because it brings back the marketplace to a bit more normality. I also said that in a weird way, the conflict not only was going to reduce down the number of agencies and brokers that potentially were in the marketplace, it also meant that buyers had the ability to take time in selecting their units. Before, it was such a bun fight. And actually, I don't even know how or why people said, just get me anything. I mean, it literally got to that stage because perhaps of the FOMO effect or whatever. But now at least they can sit, they can look at the plan. There's going to be the relationship manager of the developer right in front of you. There's not a queue of people next to that pushing and shoving, saying, does he want it, does he not? Because otherwise, get lost. He can take his time, look at the view, understand everything, and even potentially take that away and then perhaps sleep on it. That was unheard of. That's normal now, thank goodness, because that's how you should be able to buy real estate, not like hotcakes in a bakery. Hot donuts.
That makes sense. I liked the hotcakes analogy there. That was good.
Okay,
I'm baking scones this afternoon. Part of my life plan. A lot of sharing today, isn't there? Tintin texts in, and I don't know if that's a nickname or an actual name, but it's a great name nonetheless. I paid a deposit to a hotel apartment. I was supposed to move in. I had to cancel because of safety. The person didn't feel safe. I don't know where they were moving to, but they said they're going to give back my deposit, but they are delaying it. Then suddenly asked me if I want to just save it as future credit. I feel guilty. Maybe they need the money, but I need the money too. I have all the right to demand the deposit back. Is that correct?
The straight answer, I guess, for that would be yes. But what did you sign? Because my caveat would be that if the contract states any deposit that is given is non-refundable, then he's not going to get it back. But the fact that the hotel is talking about either keeping it for future or, yes, you will get it back, must mean that probably he was always going to get it back. I'm assuming that.
Yeah.
And looking at the fact that, yes, hoteliers and hotels right now are suffering, and so they are looking at ways of mitigating that. And so for them to ask, look, are you okay with leaving it there as a remittance for future? That's not a bad way of actually tying in the client, if you like, for future business. But no, if he wants his money back and and it states that he's allowed to as per the contract, then for sure he will get his money back. Of course, they're going to try and hold on to it, not just in the way I've described, but also in delaying in giving it, in the hope that, like we've seen, circumstances change and maybe things will get back, even though they won't get back as quickly as hoteliers want. But that's why they're delaying. But no, if Tintin wants his deposit back, he should just insist on it, and hopefully he should get it.
What a great name that is as well. I've never met anybody called Tintin before. So that's made my day. I guess as well, there must be some sort of consumer rights issue there. So there may be an avenue to follow.
However, if the contract clearly states...
If it says non-refundable...
Then the consumer does have a fight on his hands to prove otherwise.
No, that's fair. Anonymous, I recently got laid off from my job due to regional tensions. Is there any provision for me to skip rent even for a month? I rent a 2-bedroom apartment. I mean, other than...
Again, I say, look, let's go back to COVID times, okay? Right. If we go back to COVID times, people were very, very fearful. I know I was scared because... You just don't know. You don't know what's happened. One thing, wars are also very bad because, again, you're not sure what's going to escalate. But you can contain that. When it's something medical that we've never experienced, and the last time we experienced it was the 1920s with the Spanish flu, yes, we can look back, but none of us were around in those days. So I was very, very fearful. So to have lost their job now, back then there were payment holidays. And again, I would say it depends who your landlord is. If it's an individual who's compassionate, who understands, who may have also suffered, then you're more likely to get an agreement. If it's a company who doesn't give a damn, who's got no morals, no scruples, no nothing, then you're going to struggle. My advice to Anonymous would be to contact their landlord. I assume it's an individual person. Explain the situation and also explain what you're doing about it. Because losing your job is one thing, but are you going to cry in the corner of your room for 6 months or whatever, or are you getting out there actively looking to find another job, etc.? I assume the latter rather than the former. However, tell the landlord what you're planning on doing, and it would be really appreciative at this moment in time, especially if you don't have any savings, that let's put a deadline on it. Give me 4 weeks, whatever, blah blah blah, and it's up to the two parties to negotiate. If he says yes, great, but if he says no, there's no legal obligation. I think he or she is looking for, is there a legal obligation, and there isn't one.
No, I just think it's really important as well. You've talked about this a lot of times. You have an example of this, is communication with your landlord, if you can. That's really key, isn't it?
Yeah, if you have a good relationship with your landlord, then when situations like this come out, you're more likely to end up getting, I guess, what you're requesting than if you have a fraught relationship with your landlord.
Here's an interesting one, Chris. I've been offered super low rents by agents. For example, a 12,000, I guess this is a monthly thing, 1-bedroom, business bay, previously, half price, 6,000 dirhams now. I love the offers, but I'm worried. Are there any reported scams?
I would imagine that's probably a short-term one, because
I guess it must be.
With including bills, including internet, including everything. Look, no, I don't think we can. Look, you can never say there are no scams.
No.
But when it comes now to rentals, and even though short-term is not registered with Ijari, you would need to tread carefully as a tenant and make sure that you are, whilst you can still deal with the agency, you want to ensure that the owner is who the owner is. Arrange a meeting if they're here, even a telephone call, just to have an understanding that the owner is on the same page as what the actual agent is saying. That would be what I would suggest to do if they are, worried about that. But all inclusive, a full apartment. I mean, 12,000 seems a lot of money to me, to be very honest with you. And I think even though 6 is 50% off, that's not bad. But 12, I think, was a bit high. in the first place.
Okay, that's a decent point, actually. Final question for you. We've got literally seconds. Mario, why do they say this place has Jamila? Jamila is asking, why do they say this place has character? Are we talking charm, or this building's seen things and needs closure? What does it really mean?
Character, what, when they describe a building?
Yeah, this place has character. What does that mean?
I think it's estate agent speak, really, isn't it?
I think it is.
And when you're talking about a modern glass and steel tower, it doesn't really have any character at all. But maybe they're talking about the sentiment and how the agent feels when they walk into the lobby. It has character then.
I like it, yeah.
Maybe.
I feel that. Mario Volpe is Senior VP, Investment Advisory at Allegiance Real Estate, regular guest on the show, and I've enjoyed it once again. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you. See you next week.
This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good morning, it's 10 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. U.S. President Donald Trump said the United States will help with shipping traffic in the Strait of Hormuz. He agreed to a 2-week ceasefire with Iran just before the deadline. The deal depends on Iran pausing its blockade of oil and gas shipments, which carry about 1/5 of world's oil. U.S. President Donald Trump said the U.S. forces would load up with supplies and just hang around to make sure everything goes well. He added there will be lots of positive action, big money will be made, and Iran can start rebuilding. He called the deal a total and complete victory. Reopening Hormuz will allow trapped Gulf oil to start moving again. Abu Dhabi has been selected to host the 19th World Chinese Entrepreneurs Convention in 2027. It will be the first time the event is going to be held in the Middle East. The convention is scheduled to take place at the Abu Dhabi National Exhibition Center and is expected to attract 4,000 to 5,000 entrepreneurs from around the world. Officials say the event will strengthen Abu Dhabi's position as a global hub for business and tourism. China's ambassador to the UAE, Zhang Yiming, said the convention will promote global cooperation and investment and highlight the strong bilateral ties between the two countries. Universities in the UAE are adjusting admissions following exam cancellations caused by regional tensions. Major boards including CBSE, British Exam Boards, and the IB have called off exams, leaving many final year students uncertain about their results. To support students, universities are accepting predicted scores and alternative grading systems and have extended application deadlines. Many institutions are also offering scholarships to ease financial pressure on families. Admission activities have moved online with virtual open days and webinars to guide students through the process. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
It's the morning drive. This is Mira Business FM, and right now we're looking at a new report from Fitch Ratings, and it's highlighting how UAE banks are navigating real estate exposure, particularly given the situation we're in. Heightened geopolitical tension is the order of the moment, of course. Anton Loptin is a senior director of financial institutions, banks at Fitch Ratings, and is here with perspective, I think, on how banks are managing the challenges at the moment and where the opportunities and that word again, resilience, may lie for the UAE economy. Anton, it's good of you to join us. Thanks for being here.
Good morning, team.
Good to have you with me. Your latest report on UAE banks, let's start there. UAE banks and real estate exposure, published, it was last week, wasn't it? What were the key findings, first of all?
I think we've been extremely busy in recent weeks since the conflict has started, as you can imagine. We have published a lot of different commentaries and special reports on potential spillovers for different companies and banks across the globe. Of course, GCC and the UAE are most affected, but basically, I think it's important to start saying that we're still within our base case.
Right.
And what we mean by our base case, we expect this conflict to be resolved in upcoming few weeks. So basically, within the months, we expect a resolution. If there is no resolution within the months, we start thinking about a stress scenario.
Right.
And this report, which you're referring to, which we published last week, actually describes what-if scenario. What will happen with the banks if we start thinking about the stress case.
Yeah.
So what we've done, we stressed our portfolio of about 20 banks, which we rate in the UAE. And I think there are two main aspects to think about or to discuss today. The first one is a near-term perspective. It's about funding and liquidity. And the second one is more about asset quality and / capital and profitability. And it's more like a longer-term spillover if the conflict lasts longer than we anticipate.
Okay. I mean, I want to delve into all of that over the course of the next 15, 20 minutes or so. But it seems like, to me, increasingly over time, this is what happens anyway. But in particular at the moment, asset quality is, whether it's a new watchword, that's probably the wrong phrase, but it is the watchword, isn't it, for the UAE's big banks. And I suppose the longer the conflict goes, as you point out, that translates into asset quality risks for the banks. And that's something that is obviously being considered heavily at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is the main risk from a longer term perspective. Yeah. And we focus usually on the real estate. We do the same for all banking sectors across the Middle East, across GCC, and the other teams are doing the same for their portfolios in corporate, for example, or for the sovereigns. Well, we do this across all the teams. I think the UAE is a bit specific because real estate is still important for the UAE banks, put it this way.
Sure.
So it's still about 13% of total credit banks currently have on their books. Different banks' exposure is different, proportions are different. Some banks have more than 20%, other banks have less than 10%, but it's still, on average, it's still an important part. It's probably historically lowest composition or proportion of real estate, corporate real estate. We, more focused on corporate real estate rather than mortgage financing.
Sure.
So I think currently it's historical lowest ratio or contribution of real estate into the credit, and this is because real estate market has been performing, such well since the COVID, since 2022. Prices went up by 60%. So it was very, very strong period for real estate companies. Yeah. And that's why they repaid. They didn't need such a leverage they used to have in past, before the COVID and during the past crises. But nevertheless, now they're entering this potential crisis or stress case, as I just described, with strong caution. And banks are still exposed. And why real estate is important for UAE banks? Because if there is a prolonged conflict And for example, confidence is very important for the UAE, right? And if confidence is undermined by this conflict, and for example, people start leaving Dubai, start leaving UAE, and taking their money back, taking their investments, selling their assets in panic, which is probably not a great decision to do. But if they do it, of course, it will put pressure on prices.
Yeah.
And pressure on prices will result in a lower cash flow for some of these companies, and lower cash flows will translate in a weaker credit performance. And that's why I'm talking about the longer term. In the longer term, this could undermine asset quality of these banks.
That's right. And we should stress that this is a stress test case,
Absolutely.
this report. That's the point. I mean, most of the headlines at the moment are focused on really energy and shipping, obviously. And you've identified that the primary risk to banks isn't, direct damage from the conflict, but it's that tightening liquidity or declining property values that could, as you pointed out there, it's that ripple effect into the system, isn't it? Most observers of real estate in the UAE would have agreed with your original predictions of a moderate correction. We were kind of expecting a recalibration, maybe, or a correction of sorts. 15%, I think it was.
Yeah.
2026.
Yeah.
2025 was a gangbusters year, I think it's been described as. Given the spillovers of the conflict, and as you say, hopefully a short-term resolution, how are you revising your thinking in that regard?
Currently it's hard to update our forecast because too many uncertainties, obviously. But you're right, we published our forecast actually about a year ago in May 2025, saying that we expect up to 15%.
Yep.
Actually, because most quotes said that Fitch expects 15%, but we said up to 15%. So this could be 5, 7, 10 or whatever, right?
Correct me.
No, it's absolutely fine. And, I think for now, decline could be higher than that.
Sure.
And the question is how everyone will manage that, right? And because I'm a banking analyst, so I can speak more about banks, and I would say that banks have strengthened their underwriting standards, their risk appetite, and actually regulation has strengthened in the UAE, and banks became more conservative in terms of type of assets, type of customers they booking on their asset side in terms of financing they're providing to which type of customers, to borrowers, right? And I would say that, I've been covering UAE for around 15 years, and I've seen books of the banks 15 years ago and before the COVID. And, the approach, how they do this lending has definitely changed. They became more conservative. For example, they do not, like in past 15 years ago, they could provide financing to a new company wishing to, for example, to build up a new project without any collateral. It's not possible now at all.
Right.
So most of these exposures, which they have in a corporate real estate part of their books, they actually backed by completed real estate. So it's a sign of more developed market, I'd say. So we entering, we already entered, we have entered this stage like a new development of the real estate market. Of course, this conflict could undermine everything, right? And spillovers could be different, depends on the length of this conflict. But all I'm saying that banks have strong cautions facing these potential risks.
I mean, it's unfair to ask you to speculate in that way, but it's interesting to hear your thoughts on the historical aspect. If you're covering this region for 15 years, it's interesting to understand that. Could you characterize the resilience, because that's the word at the moment. Everybody's using it, we're all using it, with good reason in most instances. But how resilient do you see the UAE banking sector compared to previous periods of stress? I mean, COVID comes to mind, the financial crash of 2008. How do you view that?
To be honest, Tim, I think currently the banking system is in the best shape, historically.
Okay.
We look, digging a bit into our sort of methodology, what we do for ratings, for standalone ratings. We have, as a starting point for all ratings, standalone ratings without support, we have so-called operating environment score. And then the UAE we upgraded that to BBB plus 2 years ago. And currently, because we consider UAE as emerging market, and BBB plus is the highest possible operating environment score for across the globe.
Right.
For emerging market banking system. There are a few other examples. KSA is the closest peer. It's also had BBB plus Saudi Arabia. So this actually underlines, strengths of the banking system, and it's a much better position than it used to be 15 years ago prior to the COVID. Regulation has strengthened, as I mentioned, and also financial metrics actually improved a lot. Asset quality, like impaired loans ratio, 3%. It's a historical lowest ratio we ever had for the UAE banking system. Of course, there are some banks with bigger problems. It's some of medium size or smaller banks. But if we speak about big guys like FAP, NBD, others, right? ADCB, DIB, they're in good shape. Their profitability metrics are strong. Their pre-impairment profit, which is actually the caution against potential asset quality deterioration. Because if you think about stress case again, right? So, and if there is a pressure on asset quality, this will result in uptick in impairment charges, and impairment charges will consume your pre-impairment profit. And if a bank pre-impairment profit is not enough to cover this uptick, it will hit capital. And capital is the main thing from our perspective because it's like a safety cushion, and it's like a banking business model. It's a cushion against potential losses. So having stronger pre-impairment profits, having strong asset quality metrics, banks entering this potential stress case crisis scenario is in good shape.
I mean, anecdotally, we all know that because we feel that because living here for the last few years, my metric is, and I know this is very simplistic, my metric has been traffic. In the last few years, it's a reasonable indicator.
Not in the last month, but
not in the last month, but it has been. I know it's not the way you look at it, but that's a personal methodology. Yeah. The other thing that you point out in most cases, and this is a really important point to make, I think. Here's the quote: "We view the UAE or Abu Dhabi authorities as the ultimate providers of what you term extraordinary support," and that's a key point to notice, isn't it?
Absolutely. So all the ratings which you have for UAE banks are driven by potential support from UAE and Abu Dhabi in particular.
Yeah.
Because Abu Dhabi has a lot of sovereign assets and deep pockets in the end, right? So, and based on our previous experience, authorities have provided support when banks needed them. We even had cases, I think one case 2 years ago around that, when authorities helped to one of troubled banks to resolve like a legacy story with Lebanon and exposure to Lebanon, without going into deeper detail. But even like 2 years ago, when one troubled bank, small bank with like less than 1% market share, needed support, authorities stepped in and provided capital supporting the bank. Okay. So there is a track record, and we assume that will remain the case.
Yeah.
So it actually gives a confidence to the market. So,
and that's such an important thing to consider. We were talking just before we came on air, actually, and kind of agreeing with one another, which is nice because that doesn't always happen. But confidence is such a key point in the banking system, in any sector, to be fair, but particularly at the moment because investor sentiment is driven by confidence in the markets. And if there's a time where you need a bit of confidence, it's when there's tension.
Yeah, absolutely.
Uncertainty.
Absolutely.
The other thing I wanted to ask you about this, it's widely been reported that the central bank has shown huge support to the market, something like 30 billion dirhams worth of support, and it's through the emergency liquidity assistance facility. Another, I guess, for you guys, as kind of a strong sign of precautionary strength.
Absolutely, that's the case. So as I said, the near-term risk is actually related to liquidity, and that's why we monitor this on a daily basis. And thank you to the central bank, data transparency is great. So we can see what's the liquidity conditions in the banking sector on a daily basis, judging by how much cash banks keep in on accounts with the central bank. So this facility, which they provided last week, so from one perspective, this could be considered that some banks needed that. It means that some banks actually experienced some outflows of deposits, and therefore they needed this facility to cover this outflows.
Sure.
This facility by itself is not a big deal, right? So 30 billion dirham, it's minor relative to the total size of the banking system. So, but the good thing that authorities demonstrated, the central bank has demonstrated, it's ready to step in and support banks if needed.
Yeah.
I think for now, look, we both live in Dubai. I covered banks in other countries when they went through crises. And based on my experience, I've seen queues next to ATMs when something similar has happened in another country. We don't see the same here. So there is no panic on the market for now. Again, we're thinking about stress case. We haven't had any negative rating actions up to date because we're still saying that we are in a base case scenario. We expect a resolution. This could change, right? So if pressure persists and longer than we anticipate this, but yeah, liquidity is supported by the central bank. And also 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago, the central bank has published press release saying that it's ready to step in and provide support to banks if needed. Yeah. And this is backed by a huge bulk of assets they have on their balance sheet. It's around 1 trillion dirham. So you mentioned 30 billion, right?
But I heard that, and I wondered if I was just hearing that, because when you go from 1 billion to 1 trillion, that's a jump. And I wasn't sure, I don't want to be here talking about so-called fake news, but I had
No,
heard
it's true.
that.
It's true.
It is true, yeah.
It's true. They've announced that. The main sort of idea of this press release is more like they haven't mentioned any particular instruments for now. They mentioned release of some like reserve requirements for deposits. That's fine. But on top of that, I think the most important message of this press release, of this announcement by the central bank, is that they're ready to provide support, and the ability to provide support is actually very strong, backed by this huge amount of assets they have. If you just compare these assets to total deposits which banks have in the banking system currently, it's more than 30%. So it's a huge ability to support banks if needed.
It makes you feel a bit better, a bit steadier, doesn't it? That's for sure. Despite the stress tests, you say that, and I'd like you to run through this and explain this if you would, that issuer default ratings, what you call IDRs, for UAE banks remain support-driven. So at the end of the day, that means that sovereign wealth is really the ultimate guarantee. Am I right the way I'm reading this?
It's absolutely right.
Right. Okay.
So actually, we link between sovereign rating and banks ratings. Yeah. So sovereign ratings, it's a different team, different model, and different criteria for that. But we use their outcome, and it's public. It's AA- for the UAE. And we use as an anchor rating when we derive government support rating for banks. Because there are two aspects which we're considering: ability, as we just talked about. The central bank, for example, right? So its ability is strong, and on top of that, central bank is backed by Abu Dhabi government with all these strong reserves they have in their pockets. And second is propensity. So we combine this together. So with such a high ratings, driven by support, we're saying that propensity and ability is here. Both of them are here. And we don't see this changing unless there is a rating action on the sovereign, which will be mirrored in the rating action on banks.
Sure.
Because they link to each other. If for example, I think it's public, so it's definitely public. That's why I can share with you. Qatar sovereign rating has been put on rating watch negative last week. And we do the same for banks, following the same logic.
Okay.
Because linkage is the same. So if it happens with the UAE, we'll do the same for banks.
Okay, I understand. I'm getting a picture of how it works. I mean, we've mentioned investor sentiment just very briefly, but the UAE has long been a safe haven for capital. I'm wondering about your thoughts. And this is it's an uncertain time. It's a more volatile time. In terms of the perception of risk, that's a tough one. At the moment, that jumps between personalities. But how do you view investor sentiment from within, if you like, and from without as well?
Yeah, you're right. I think it's confidence/sentiment is very important for the UAE, and particularly Dubai. because if we start speaking about real estate as a point of discussion, and we think again, we are not number one experts in real estate. We focus on banks, but because real estate is part of banks' exposure, we go deeper, right?
Yeah.
We think that prices. I mean, there are two main cost components or aspects why prices increased such tremendously, 60% before the conflicts in the COVID. Obviously, residents are growing. I mean, population is growing, but at the same time, the second, and I cannot sort of rank these two aspects, but appetite from investors abroad, from foreign investors, which considering Dubai and UAE as safety haven for investments, is also crucial.
Yeah.
So these two aspects, they go together.
They do.
So if we think about like a risk of population drop because people decide to leave if they want to, if there is escalation, prolongation, or whatever stress scenario, then this will put pressure on one side. And sentiment is more important, or sort of like a belief in Dubai and in the UAE as a safety jurisdiction for savings is related to investors. I think based on what we see in public, some investors start panic, I think. Again, probably it's not the best decision what you can do when, it's a stress circumstances, right? And some could consider that as a potential buy opportunity, by the way, right?
For sure.
Of course, it's hard to say when it's the right time to buy or to sell, but you're absolutely right. Perception is very important, and belief in Dubai as a good jurisdiction to be located in or to do business in, or just to save your money for later on. Both of the aspects are very important, I think.
They are. I mean, the fundamentals haven't changed. It's just interesting to get your perspective. I know we went a little bit away from real estate there for a while, but I've enjoyed talking to you. Anton Lobtin is a senior director at Fitch Ratings. Lots more reports to come. Hopefully we can welcome you back. But for now, thanks for coming in.
Thank you very much, Ken.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
This is Mira Business FM.
Good morning, it's 10:30 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq, and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. U.S. President Donald Trump said the United States will help with shipping traffic in the Strait of Hormuz. He agreed to a 2-week ceasefire with Iran just before his deadline. The deal depends on Iran pausing its blockade of oil and gas shipments, which carry about 1/5 of world's oil. U.S. President Donald Trump said U.S. forces would load up with supplies and just hang around to make sure everything goes well. He added there will be lots of positive action, big money will be made, and Iran can start rebuilding. He called the deal a total and complete victory. Reopening Hormuz will allow trapped Gulf oil to start moving again. Abu Dhabi has been selected to host the 19th World Chinese Entrepreneurs Convention in 2027. It will be the first time the event is going to be held in the Middle East. The convention is scheduled to take place at the Abu Dhabi National Exhibition Center, as is expected to attract 4,000 to 5,000 entrepreneurs from around the world. Officials say the event will strengthen Abu Dhabi's position as a global hub for business and tourism. China's ambassador to the UAE, Zhang Yiming, said the convention will promote global cooperation and investment and highlight the strong bilateral ties between the two countries. U.S. crude fell about 17%, dropping to roughly $94 a barrel, while Brent crude slipped slightly to around $109. The decline reflects relief in global markets as traders anticipate that supply disruptions in the Middle East may ease. The drop comes amid reports that the U.S. and Iran are moving toward a temporary pause in military tensions, with talks set to begin soon. Fuel markets also reacted, with heating oil falling roughly 16% and gasoline declining about 10%, as investors weigh the possibility of more stable energy flows from the region. And now, quick market and currency update. Bitcoin is trading at $71,897. And for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.23 Indian rupees, 75.79 Pakistani rupees, 33.45 Bangladeshi taka, 16.21 Philippine peso, 14.89 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 4.92 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
This is the Morning Drive at Mira Business FM. We're talking high net worth individuals next. Stories of people moving on, leaving the region, or is that just social media noise? That's the topic next at Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
It's the Morning Drive. A recent international report, and anecdotal reports as well, to be fair, has raised concerns about geopolitical risk and questioned whether the region's appeal to the ultra-high net worth and high net worth individual could face headwinds. But how much of this narrative reflects reality and how much is simply noise in a shifting global landscape? To break that down, we're joined by Christopher Rose, who is a family office strategist, works closely with high net worth individuals who are navigating exactly those kinds of decisions. Christopher, it's good to welcome you back to the show.
Great to be back. Thanks, Tim.
You're in London at the moment, so I appreciate you joining us this early in the morning. Let me just begin, first of all, with how are global investors and high net worth, ultra high net worth individuals actually reacting to recent geopolitical headlines involving the region. And I guess I should add to that the positive news this morning as well.
Absolutely. People are watching closely, and the news today certainly has helped. Maybe we'll start to see the end of this, but in general, we've not seen any kind of wholesale shift away from the UAE, at least with the families I'm speaking with. I think most of,
No, sorry, go on. Carry on.
When I'm talking to people, I find that most sophisticated investors, separate headline risk from structural risk. The key question they're asking is, does this change the long-term case for being here? And so far, the answer has been no.
Well, it's good to hear that. I was going to ask you, are we seeing any real shift in capital flows away from Dubai? How is demand, if you like?
We're seeing more of a pause and reassess, not a real shift or exit any. I think conversations are taking longer. Capital deployment's more selective, but I think that's sort of everywhere right now.
I mean, it would seem to be, and I think we use the word pause and have used the word pause for the last 5 weeks. Really, that really seems to be kind of the attitude towards it. Is there such a thing, Christopher, as a risk mitigation checklist for family offices that people like yourself, professionals like you, might recommend or have recommended during the time that we've been in? And what would that list look like if there was one?
Well, I think it's, family offices start with downside protection, not upside. So I think that list would start with, is my family safe? Is the jurisdiction stable and predictable? And can I continue to operate normally? And I think it's really as basic as that. And that's where the UAE has built credibility. And I think that's why people are continuing to stay in the region. I think most people, family offices, when you create a family office, it's very sticky. It's a long-term planning involved. So you don't just pick up and leave right away. So I think maybe for short-term, for people who just recently come into the country, can come and go very easily. That's one thing, but family offices are stickier.
There's been so much speculation about geopolitical risk, particularly now, of course, and it might be calling the UAE, the region's appeal to the ultra wealthy. You're in the room with families, I guess, weekly, daily. To what extent are clients raising concerns about regional tensions or looking for an exit, and are they looking for? Do they see the headlines as a temporary storm? We've seen this before. And are they generally more focused on that long term? Is that the experience you've had in the last 5 weeks or so?
Pretty much, yeah. I think that they're aware of the risk, but they're not acting emotionally. I think, as you suggested, most families take a longer term view. So the conversation hasn't been, should we leave? It's, how do we make sure we're structured to stay resilient no matter what happens?
And do you find that families showing the most concern come from maybe the West? Are the newer wealth families, if you like, I don't know, from Russia or India or China, do they still view the UAE as like a primary hedge against volatility from volatility in their home markets?
I think the important thing is how the UAE has reacted during this crisis. It's been very measured and consistent with its approach. It's defended its population, it's supported business. And I think a lot of families are looking at how jurisdictions react under pressure, as opposed to making immediate knee-jerk reactions on a current situation.
And I guess what's really key is regulatory stability, isn't it? And infrastructure that really helps when things are tough. That keeps the confidence up, doesn't it?
It does. For serious wealth, this isn't just about tax or lifestyle. It's about whether there's a reliable system underneath everything. And, the UAE, particularly through DIFC and ADGM, they have credible legal and regulatory frameworks that people trust. And it's consistency that holds confidence together during uncertain periods.
From your standpoint, I know you're in London at the moment. What's your view, from outside looking in, if you like, if you were to take a step back and from outside of the region, how resilient do you see Dubai's positioning compared to, the other wealth hubs, the Singapores, or where you are now in London?
Well, I think that, first, I'm just here for a few days for the Easter break. I'll be right back. Right. But I think that compared to Singapore, London, Dubai is newer as a financial center, but it's been very deliberate how it's built itself around safety, infrastructure, and global connectivity. And I think what really people look at is how Dubai managed itself during COVID. And I think a lot of people are pulling that playbook back right now in terms of keeping things operational. At the time during COVID, Dubai in UAE opened earlier than most places. That drove a lot of capital into the market. Now we're seeing a different type of test, but the response has been measured and with a clear focus on stability and protecting people. And I think Dubai's advantage is that shown in real time they can operate under pressure, and for global capital that matters.
Well, it does. I think it's interesting that you're outside of the region at the moment. I know you're based here, but I wonder what your feeling is now that you're in London over the Easter break, as to how much of a geopolitical headwind narrative is coming from analysts in places like London or maybe New York or wherever, who maybe don't understand the kind of local firewalls that the UAE's built over recent times, the last decade or so.
Yeah, that's a fair comment. I think that sometimes the perception outside the market is different than the reality in the market. I mean, you speak to friends. Even the last week, the restaurants and bars have been full. People are acting, relatively like they were earlier. Maybe it's a little quieter, and I think that would surprise a lot of people in other markets who would just assume people would run for the hills. But so far, we've not seen that in UAE. No,
we really haven't seen that. I wonder as well, to what extent do media narratives influence investor sentiment versus, that on the ground, the reality that you and I are very well aware of?
It certainly does, but it's usually short term. I think at least any wealthy family don't take their advice from the headlines. They speak to their advisors. They're talking to the banks. They're talking to people on the ground. These are very thoughtful processes. So it might make you pause immediately, but I think people bounce back. I think the article that you're referring to was back at March 5th when we were just shortly a little way into this. It hadn't really played out yet, and I think a new article would probably be different even outside the UAE right now.
Yeah, well, you would hope so. I mean, there are so many articles. The issue, of course, is everything is compounded by social media as well, and that kind of constant narrative delivered directly to your phone, to your personal kind of ecosystem, if you like. What misconceptions do you feel international coverage often gets wrong about the wealth ecosystem here in Dubai?
I think the biggest misconception is that's all short-term or opportunistic. And really, in reality, what we've been seeing is an increase in institutionalization, particularly with family offices and long-term capital structures being set up. That's very different from simply attracting wealthy individuals.
Yeah. What sectors in particular continue to attract the most interest from high net worth individuals here in Dubai, the UAE, but also, I guess, the region by extension?
Well, right now, I'd frame it slightly differently in this environment. It's less about which sectors are hot, maybe, or how capital is behaving. What I'm seeing, and this comes up consistently in conversations with family offices, is a defensive and selective approach. People are focused on the typical sectors, real estate, potentially opportunistically right now, taking a look and seeing whether there are some opportunities there. In other sectors right now, I think people are watching closely, including hospitality and consumer-facing businesses, which are under pressure.
Okay, let's look ahead at what you believe may lie ahead for Dubai in terms of growth. Do you expect acceleration in Dubai as a global wealth center, or are we in a period of perhaps, a holding pattern, a stabilization pattern?
In the short term, I mean, again, the news today may change everything, and fingers crossed it does. But in the short term, if you'd asked me yesterday, you may see some pauses depending on global conditions, but structurally, the trajectory still looks strong. I think, the UAE has shown repeatedly that it can manage through difficult periods. And ultimately, capital flows to places that combine stability, infrastructure, and positioning, and the UAE still offers that.
I was thinking of asking you something like this morning until the headlines came in at around about 4:15 this morning. But I was going to ask you, if a family office principal were to call you today and say to you, Christopher, I'm worried about the headlines, I was going to say, what's the one data point that you would maybe give somebody with that kind of on that kind of call to settle their nerves, if you like. But I suppose conversations like that today probably have a different slant, don't they?
Slightly, yes. I mean, as I indicated before, these decisions aren't, I'm just moving to Dubai. You look carefully at the regulatory regime and the tax and other aspects of how you would establish your structure. And this decision's made over several months. So I think that people who seriously looked at Dubai continue to seriously look at Dubai, and they compare it to Singapore and other jurisdictions. But at the end of the day, I don't think this changes that much, especially if we see an end to the conflict soon.
Business as usual. Can I put one final thing to you? This is something that I've read that you've said, and I think this is a salient point. The ultra-wealthy don't move based on headlines. They move based on structural resilience. So in very simple terms, the UAE is built on, they built a financial kind of fortress that's going to be very hard to replicate anywhere else. It will certainly take a long time to replicate. So rather than should we leave the Middle East, isn't the question for family offices right now, how do we use the Middle East, the region, as a global base to better manage a volatile world?
No, I think that's that states it well. I think these families are looking at the next 50 years, not the next 5 years.
Yeah.
And they are looking for stability and consistency in application, especially on the regulatory side. And regardless of the conflict that we've just experienced, I think that UAE has proven that it still is a regulatory appropriate jurisdiction and a safe haven to move your capital. I think we're going to see volatility throughout the world in the coming years. It's inevitable, but it's how people handle crisis and how they manage the pressure that I think the families will look out for.
I think that's the point, isn't it? I realise it's very much a speculative conversation. This is all a movable feast at the moment, Christopher. But your perspective from London is interesting, as always. Hopefully we can welcome you back to the studio soon. But for now, Christopher Rice is a family office strategist. And thank you once again for joining us.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Good to have you on. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. The sound of success.
Good morning, it's 11 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. U.S. President Donald Trump said the United States will help with shipping traffic in the Strait of Hormuz. He agreed to a 2-week ceasefire with Iran just before his deadline. The deal depends on Iran pausing its blockade of oil and gas shipments, which carry about 1/5 of world's oil. U.S. President Donald Trump said U.S. forces would load up with supplies and just hang around to make sure everything goes well. He added there will be lots of positive action, big money will be made, and Iran can start rebuilding. He called the deal a total and complete victory. Reopening Hormuz will allow trapped Gulf oil to start moving again. U.S. crude fell about 17%, dropping to roughly $94 a barrel, while Brent crude slipped slightly to around $109. The decline reflects relief in global markets as traders anticipate that supply disruptions in the Middle East may ease. The drop comes amid reports that the U.S. and Iran are moving toward a temporary pause in military tensions, with talks set to begin soon. Fuel markets also reacted, with heating oil falling roughly 16% and gasoline declining about 10% as investors weigh the possibility of more stable energy flows from the region. Major boards including CBSE, British Exam Boards, and the IB have called off exams, leaving many final year students uncertain about their results. To support students, universities are accepting predicted scores and alternative grading systems and have extended application deadlines. Many institutions are also offering scholarships to ease financial pressure on families. Admissions activities have moved online with virtual opening days and webinars to guide students through the process. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
This is the Morning Drive. It's Mira Business FM. My name's Tim Elliott, and we often talk about Dubai's big hitters, tourism and hospitality businesses. But today we're going to focus on the other businesses that make this city, Dubai, such a dynamic hub, from community-led concepts to experience-driven brands. These are the businesses shaping how we connect, how we spend every day. And right now, I think it's fair to say a little bit of adaptation is having to happen. So what does resilience mean? And what does it really look like in today's climate? It's kind of what's going to drive, I hope, this conversation. First of all, and to my right, it's hello to Grace Karim, who is the co-founder of Bookends. That's a community-driven platform making reading more accessible through book exchange and cultural initiatives. Trying to get this right. But Grace, good morning.
Good morning, and thank you for having me here.
You're very welcome. Good to have you here. It's also good morning to Lottie Jones, who is the founder of QuizBiz, which is a live entertainment company delivering, I'm going to quote here, Lottie, high-energy, interactive quiz experiences across the UAE.
That is correct. Hi, Tim.
Welcome. Nice to have you here. Also a side hustle in children's books. We might come back to that as well. And over Zoom, hi to Victoria Myers, who is the founder of the Small Retailer Network, which is a platform supporting independent businesses with training, mentorship, and growth strategies. Victoria, good to have you on as well.
Thank you so much for having me.
Good to have you all here. And what I want to do is get your opinions, your views on all of you, a number of things to start with before we kind of turn to your particular areas of expertise. So to begin with, and Grace, I'll start with you here. Across your industry, the different industries that you guys work in, but with you in particular, what changes have you felt most immediately since, we've seen this kind of rise in tensions where we are now, the uncertainty we're feeling?
For us, reading is a refuge for a lot of people who are going through uncertainty. So they go to a book for them to get into some normalities in their lives. So people want more reading, they want more pages to travel through so they can put what's going on behind them and move forward.
Kind of lose themselves, I suppose.
Absolutely.
Okay, so that's kind of a refuge. Lottie, what about you? What changes have you felt most immediately?
Yeah, so we're a very service-based entertainment provider. So we provide quizzes all across the Emirates for people who like to go into the pubs and the bars, etc., different venues. So what we're seeing is a lot of people still want to continue with our service-based entertainment, and it's the challenge that we have is that are we providing that in a safe environment? Do we support our community to come out and quiz? Are we also supporting them if they want to stay at home and still attend the quizzes? We are also catering for that as well. So we are seeing quite a few changes in how people are continuing with kind of the daily routine.
Yeah, I can imagine. Victoria, what about you? You talk to people regularly, you're training, you're mentoring people. What have you felt most immediately?
For working with product-based businesses, one of the main challenges that they have had straight away is that sharp decrease in sales when tensions started to really mount, because customer behavior was very distracted from buying things to other aspects. What we've noticed is there has been a gradual returning to more normal levels of spending. But what's really challenging a lot of the product businesses right now is the supply chain issues that have been created by these regional tensions. So whether brands are importing completed products they've had manufactured themselves, or materials to manufacture, the supply chain challenges are something that has become quite apparent at this point, and is something that's obviously going to maintain quite a difficult position for some brands as we move forward. Having said that, obviously small businesses are very resilient, and they are finding new ways to manage, new ways to cope, and new strategies to overcome these challenges.
That's an interesting point. What kinds of practical changes have you seen, your clients, people you're mentoring, changing to protect or maybe grow revenues?
Well, what we have found is I always advise people to be checking their inventory and to making sure what product they have currently got on hand, what they're going to require, and what obviously they've got in transit that what they were expecting to have, and whether they're still going to be able to receive that in a timely manner or not. What brands have then been looking to do is either adapt their current stock planning strategy for the product that they do actually have on hand. Some brands have been adapting, creating new products, creating new styles and designs. In particular, we've seen quite a few brands who've been really emphasizing this connection to the UAE and to Dubai, and have been producing product which customers are really keen to buy into, which really reflects their connection to the UAE, and those kind of products which normally they might sell perhaps around National Day at the end of the year, they have been reintroducing, rebringing that kind of product back to the fore, because that's the kind of thing that customers are looking for at the moment, and really adapting their product strategy to meet the current needs of the customer.
Lottie, can I ask you the same question? Have you had to make any practical changes, any particular changes?
We have introduced the feature of online quizzing. So we're now doing it through Zoom, kind of harks back to COVID era.
I was going to say, yeah.
People make the comment, feels just like COVID, but obviously it's not. We're allowed out. We can move about our daily activities with caution. But yeah, we've started a new Sunday quiz, which happens every Sunday. Right. And the first one that we did, so huge in popularity that we actually almost broke the software.
So what did you get in terms of numbers then?
Well, we had 246 people join the Zoom wanting to connect from their home. And then the software allowed us to allow in 185 teams. And we didn't know the capability of the speed quizzing software, which is the software we use. So yeah, that was an awakening that we actually had a limit on that. But we've done one every Sunday for 4 weeks now. And the popularity is really amazing. But so is also the people coming to the bars. We've still got good attendance there as well.
Okay, so that's 246 people joining, but that could be 246 teams of people.
Households, so maybe
that's
couples,
households, so that
families.
could be 3-4 people potentially.
Yeah.
That's huge. Grace, let me ask you a little bit about your customers first of all. Are your customers behaving differently? Has it changed at all? You're talking about books as a refuge for people, but what's your feeling on how customers are?
we felt that people, they want to have an escape. However, they don't want to spend too much money. And they also want offers, and affordability is the key point for them to act. Having said that, we are a lot stronger online because we are a platform. We deliver across the whole UAE. And people are having the freedom to place their orders at their fingertips. They don't need to come to our store. However, because the people who are around our area physically, they wanted something that is normal into their life, they were bringing their kids and coming to the store. But of course, this is a lot less than it used to be before. And for that reason, we also went online and we did a few activities. We did a book reading, we did quizzes, we did discussions around books just to keep the community connected, and people, they attended, they were very happy to have this kind of activities. On top of this, because March is the month of reading, we are offering a 1 dirham book across the whole month, and it is still there until the end of March. Okay. And those are accessible through bundle online and through an offering in our store physically.
Do you know, the thing that I'm getting from this is connection, how important connection is, how important, seeking out, not companionship, but I mean, I guess that's a byproduct of it, but that the connection is key. Victoria, can I ask you about the kind of, really the kind of messaging that's resonating with customers at the moment? What are your clients, people you're mentoring, telling you?
Well, I think the thing that customers are really connecting with quite a lot at the moment is community, as you mentioned. So feeling part of something bigger than themselves right now and feeling part of a collective, because it is a common experience that we are going through right now. It is an uncertain time for everybody. So customers want to feel that the brands that they're shopping with recognize that and are bringing that community feel. They're also, customers are really looking for things like, they're looking for comfort, they're looking to feel cozy and safe in their home. So again, as Grace was saying, it was Lottie was saying, looking in those kind of like harking back to sort of COVID kind of feelings. It's that feeling safe and cozy at home. People are investing in things to make their home environment feel pleasant and comfortable. And then they're also really looking for a bit of joy as well, because there is so much heavy news at the moment. Things are serious. So there are also, on the opposite end of the spectrum, customers are looking for things that are going to bring them joy, and they're connecting with brands that are really helping them to see that it's still okay to try and feel good, and it's still okay to experience a bit of fun, a bit of joy, and even if it's different to how they normally would do it. So when brands can really communicate and connect with their customers on these kind of topics, they're finding that customers are really appreciating that and are really looking to connect with them.
Have you had to change where or how you market your services to increase visibility as of now, or to help with relevance?
Well, obviously, the work that I do is always relevant to small businesses and to help them to grow. So at the moment, it has just been more of the same. It has been connecting with all those people in my wider connections and my wider network, just to make sure that everybody is feeling okay and has got what they need. My role and my passion as a community leader is to help people feel supported, to help people feel safe. So I do have a very wide network and lots of connections. So that is what I have been really leaning into, is that personal connection, just making sure that all those individuals out there on a personal level are getting the support that they need. Whereas that's layered onto the community element, which is always there, which is bringing lots of business owners together.
All three of you have really strong community elements in one way or another in your businesses. Have you seen, I'll ask you first of all, Lottie, have you seen that, is it different in the current climate?
I think It's not different in a way that our messages were
Kind
still
of same,
here.
same, but different,
It
I
is
suppose.
because we've created with our community a sense of continuity and normality. And if you come to the quiz, you're going to get exactly the same experience as you did before. When you walk in, you kind of like leave the outside world behind you. You know, you meet up with friends, you laugh. You can actually see the tension from people kind of leaving them as the quiz starts and they get into the trivia. So for us, you know, we're keeping that message of we're here, we're open, we're still the same. But when it comes to, it's very interesting what's happening in entertainment at the moment because, you know, venues are kind of closing down some of their budgets. So some of the entertainers are unfortunately being laid off for the minute or on pause, or some entertainers are being asked to kind of take a pay cut at the minute. And, you know, you can see bars and restaurants, they're putting lots of deals out, 50% off, teach them crew, etc. So it's really important that the entertainers are still able to perform because that's the way that they make their living. And with the quiz hosts, you know, what I'm doing right now is to ensure that, you know, the fees are protected, that they're getting the exact same fee with us that they are usually. And that's really important to us that we keep everything kind of the same and our entertainers aren't feeling the kind of crunch, as it were.
It's such a difficult time, particularly in an industry like yours, where maybe people aren't, you know, willing to gather as much as they were. Hopefully that changes soon. Grace, how do you turn? Obviously, you're very connected with the community as well. But how do you turn community into something that actively supports growth rather than just the engagement that you described with a book?
For us, we believe that Bookends is not Somia and Grace. Bookends is for every reader. And that was witnessed when we went through the floods in 2024. And we were scared that yesterday it was almost coming back, but last minute it was saved. When this happened, we had to close. We lost more than 14,000 books. We lost all our shelvings. And the way we came back is because of the community. And everyone gathered together. They came physically to help us. They came and they donated afterwards books. So they are connected to Bookends and they always put in effort to support us in all means. And this is being seen now as well because people are still buying books and we have a good customers returns, the repeated customers. So you can see that there is a loyalty. The only thing is people are scared to leave their homes, so the store is a bit quieter than normally is. So this is the support that you are getting from the community.
But I spent yesterday buying sandbags, so I feel you. I can't believe 14,000 books. That's dreadful. Victoria, are you seeing more collaboration between businesses right now? And if you are, how does that look, you know, in terms of, you know, community support collaboration, I mean?
Well, collaboration is always at the heart of what we do in the Small Retail Network, and it's something that's always a key focus for true collaboration. So rather than just saying that we're supporting each other, the goal is always for that support to be practical and it to be meaningful. So it's not just a case of working together on projects that will result in sales, but it's also the sharing of ideas, it's the sharing of support, it's the asking questions and getting answers from within the community. And it's using that collaborative approach rather than a competitive approach, which really helps everybody to grow because everyone can then benefit from each other's experience and each other's ideas as well. Because what we've really found is particularly at times like this when there's heightened stress, it can be sometimes easier to see a clear path for somebody else's business that you've got a slight distance from than it is your own, which obviously you're very close to. And it can be quite difficult to kind of see a path out. So what we found is we've shifted some of the regular sessions that we have from the normal schedule to ones that have just been more open discussion, brainstorming, sharing of ideas, and helping each other to see a clear path through. And it's that kind of collaboration that brings good results for everybody in the long term, but it's particularly needed right now when it can be really hard to think clearly and calmly when the pressure is on if you're not making the same sales that you would expect to, especially in a month like March, which is normally a really strong sales month. It's been Ramadan and Eid. It's been St. Patrick's Day, it's International Women's Day. There's lots of things in March that generally generate a lot of sales. It's usually a really healthy month for the retail industry, but this has obviously had quite an impact on customers' normal buying behaviour. So having the opportunity to talk with each other and truly collaborate on coming up with solutions and ideas has been really impactful.
Lottie, let me ask you the same question, but you mentioned entertainers. Entertainers, of course, who may have been asked to almost furlough in some instances. You know, things are kind of in that holding pattern. How are you seeing collaboration between entertainers? You know, they know each other, they work together.
We're seeing to echo what Victoria said, we're seeing a real kind of rallying round with small businesses right now. And, you know, I was at one of my quizzes last week and there was an entertainer who had just kind of been laid off or put on pause, as it were. And she was there and she said, I've come to celebrate the quiz, come to support you. And I thought, isn't that amazing? You know, you've actually come to one of our events when yours have paused. And I think that's how we're showing solidarity to each other right now, to support each other in the events that are still running. But to talk about the small businesses that are rallying around each other. So we work with 11 small businesses and they donate prizes for us for the quizzes.
Okay.
And for them, we kind of give them free marketing. So we'll feature them on the screens, we'll feature them on our Instagram, we'll talk about their businesses. And these are everything from kind of small yoga studios to salsa classes, free dentistry, there's home cleaning services, there's apps, things like that. And it's because I'm a startup myself, I formed QuizBiz with just one host, which was myself. And we've grown to, you know, a team of 18 now. I think it's really important to really help each other that are starting up in the same position that I was 2 years ago. And it's something we can really do. And it's fantastic to see that we're all supporting each other.
It is. I mean, I guess in your business, it's kind of a naturally networking style thing as well, isn't it? I mean, that must help.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
We all know each other, you know, it's a very small industry and we all face the same challenges, you know, kind of, it's notoriously difficult in the entertainment industry here to kind of, the payments are a bit slow, things like that. So we're all kind of used to the same pitfalls. But then the highs are really high, you know, it's a fantastic industry to be in.
No, it is when it works and when things are going well. No, I'm completely with you. I want to turn to each of you and ask you a few questions specifically about you and your business, if that's okay. And I'm going to start with you, Grace, if I can turn to you for a moment. You're building, I mean, it's a long-term, it's a cultural movement, really, isn't it, with the 1 Million Books Challenge. How are you driving momentum early on in a climate where attention, particularly at the moment, attention is fragmented?
For us, we thought that our purpose is to encourage more reading in the era where everyone is on social media and away from actual books.
Yeah.
And for doing that, we are having all the time affordable books in the market, online and in our physical store. So we thought we want to do more of that for the community to come back together. So collectively, we launched that challenge, which just launched last month. And by December 2030, we want to reach 1 million books read in the UAE collectively. So the idea is very simple. You finish reading a book, you come to the website and you log it. I read a book.
Okay.
You read 2 books, you just come and log it. And that is there until December 2030. So we have 5 years to reach 1 million books. I think it's not optimistic, it's realistic. So I hope we will reach that.
How do you know people are reading the books? How do you check?
Because readers, I tell you what, readers, they respect a book. They're true to themselves. And we have also unmanned shelves across the whole UAE in collaboration with other businesses, hotels, coffee shops, and restaurants. And those are run based on honesty. And we hardly have any stock that is lost because readers, they respect the book, they pay for the book. We don't have any stealing as such. And that comes also with authenticity. So there is no point of cheating and log in 20 books when you read only 1.
It's the cynic in me that asks that, but I mean, I respect that. I think it's a great idea. I love the idea of it because it's kind of it's low tech. It's kind of offline. You do it when you want to. Is that with the way we are these days? We're also tech centric. Is that a real USP? Is that a strong selling point? Do you think?
I think so because people are getting back to authenticity. When we started Bookends 5 years ago, the idea was to be only online. We didn't have any intention of opening a physical store. In 2002, on a daily basis, people are asking, do you have a place where we can come and visit you? We want to touch the books, feel the books, smell the books. And we have lots of people who left their audiobooks and their Kindles to get back to actual books simply because books are affordable. So yes, we are not a high-tech business. We are very much low-tech because people are tired of being interrupted. They want a real me time. And when you are reading an actual book, you are having your me time because you're not being interrupted by any notification or a phone call or an email that is forcing you to put on hold your reading and then get back to the book. No, you are immersed in your reading.
Well, anything that forces you to concentrate on something for more than 20 seconds has got to be a good thing now. I mean, no, I can see in your eyes. What's your strategy? Because you can get people to participate. 1 million books in the 5 years or so is a nice idea. But you want sustained engagement, don't you?
Absolutely.
That 5 years.
Absolutely. And that comes with our posts, with our engagement with people, reminder all the time. It is on our homepage, so people, when they come to the website, immediately they can see it. And regular reminders, people coming to the store, we talk about it, and we can see people are excited to participate.
Lottie, let me turn to you. QuizBiz is built around, really built around live experiences, plus you now have the online experiences, of course. But how do you keep the consistency up and keep the attendance strong, particularly now?
Yeah, surprisingly, or maybe not surprisingly, we've seen actually more people attend the quizzes in person than we ever have before. And it's mainly because
they're looking for something.
Yeah, because maybe we're on distance learning now for the teachers. People are working from home a little bit more during this time. And when it comes to the evening, people are like, right, I think I'm ready to go out now. And, as long as we're providing the safe environment. So we've moved all of our quizzes indoor. We did have some that were outside. And we are also providing the online quizzes. And we're giving people the option, if you want to stay in and quiz, we're here. If you want to come out and quiz, we're here. But in our bigger venues, the ones that aren't in hotels where footfall is low, where occupancy is low for tourism, we're seeing our venues in the residential areas taking a real jump in numbers. We're getting like 100, 150 people all coming to the quizzes. So in one area of our business, we've really slowed down and we're on pause when it comes to our kind of venues that are in hotels for tourists. But then it's actually taught me that QuizBiz is actually probably 90% residents. Is our community is 90% residents. And we're seeing more people than ever actually attend quiz nights because they are craving the normality. They want to meet up with friends. And and the venues are kind of catering for that.
It's kind of business as usual in lots of ways, isn't it? If you had to adjust, the formats or the formula or the offerings at all?
We haven't changed anything to do with the actual format of the quizzes because we wanted people to feel like everything is just continuing as normal.
Right.
What we have made a big change is we've cut our expenditure quite a bit. So we've cut our marketing budget. The things that I would call the luxuries that kind of add to our visibility as a business, we've made trimmings to that. So when it comes to social media ads, kind of some forms of PR, because our quizzes can actually run, we're only operating with them. So if we have the quizmaster and we have the customers, we're running like that. We're not running any additional things.
Right.
Because we are a small business and we have got to take care of our cash flow very carefully. So we can continue to pay the quiz hosts.
Cash flow is everything, isn't it?
Everything. And this is what, going back to the COVID times as well, it taught us then cash flow is everything. And then it's been nearly 6 years since COVID. And I think we're kind of almost lull into a false sense of security. Oh, I think everything's fine, but cash flow is king, and that's something that I have completely learned.
It really is that. It's the Godfather 3 thing, isn't it? Just when you thought you were out from COVID, you pulled back into a similar situation. As you scale, you're looking to grow the business. What are your next moves to keep up, any momentum that you're building?
Well, we started with one quiz. So I am myself a quiz host. I'm a former teacher as well, but I'm a quiz host first of all. And I built the team based on people coming to me and saying, I love what you're doing. I'd like to be a quiz host as well. And we grew from 1 to 14 quiz hosts. And we started off with one quiz, and we were up to 24 quizzes across the Emirates. So we have 1 in Sharjah, we have 2 in Abu Dhabi, and the rest in Dubai. And the business plan is to keep on growing outwards and franchising the business model. So, we want to go into the other GCC countries and beyond. And that is still the plan. It's just maybe on hold a little bit in this time.
It's in the holding pattern, I suppose, at the moment.
And we've also launched a physical game, a trivia game. And that came from kind of videos that we posted online going viral. And we call it the Nerd Herd Trivia Wars. And it's got millions of views all over the world right now. And people have been saying, is this something I can buy and play at home? And we thought we should make it. So it came from kind of customer demand. And we weren't going to launch it yet, but we were actually pushing the launch forward because, of course, people are staying in a little bit more. This game you can play inside at home. And we thought, you know what, let's bring the launch forward. And so we're actually going into e-commerce as well.
One question with quizzes, pub quizzes, the like. How do you make sure that people don't cheat, don't use their phones? Because that's an ongoing saga.
So I used to do pen and paper quizzes, and I used to have to patrol in and out all the tables. And if I caught anyone cheating, it was a straight disqualification.
And the teacher came out. And,
oh, yeah. I went straight back to the classroom,
Ruler, back of the neck.
Cheating. Oh, yeah.
Right, nice.
But we actually use an app which is called Speed Quizzing. It was developed in the UK and it's used worldwide. And speed quizzing has the function where you get points based on your speed. So if you answer super quickly, you get more points. And, it takes at least 5-6 seconds to Google the answer. And some people do still attempt that, but they're not going to get anywhere in the top 10 because it's all based on speed.
Right.
So we've actually got around that issue.
Okay, good. Victoria, over to you now. Thank you for staying with us. It's difficult when you're on Zoom to bring you into the conversation as much as I'd like to. Let me ask you a very simple, very direct question about mistakes that you're seeing in the people that you work with. What are you seeing at the moment that businesses might not be doing properly or correctly or right?
I think the biggest mistake I've seen a lot of brands make in the last few weeks is to just freeze entirely, and it's almost been a bit of a panic of not knowing what to do. And there's been quite a lot of concern from small business owners because they operate with such heart, and their business means so much to them, and their customers mean so much to them, that they've had a real fear of marketing their business and their product for fear of being insensitive or offending or upsetting anybody, and that's really held them back from telling customers what it is that they've got to offer. So that's been something that I've been really working with the people in our community, but also elsewhere, just to try and encourage people to remember that the customers are still out there, they are still wanting to buy, and it's really important that small business owners do tell customers what they have available to buy. So that's been something that we've really been putting a lot of focus on, is almost giving permission to market your business, to promote your business, to operate as usual, because I think a lot of small business owners have really felt a little bit of pressure and nerves to actually continue in that way. So that's something that I've really been working on, because particularly that then becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you're concerned about slow sales and you're anxious about how customers will react, then you're not going to make any sales. And then it becomes, the longer it lasts, the harder it becomes to get back to it, to feel confident and comfortable doing your normal day-to-day work within the business. So that has been something that has been a bit of a challenge for a lot of small business owners, and it's something that I've been actively working on within the small retailer network community and within my wider network, to really encourage people to make sure they are doing it, because customers not only want to buy, but they really need some of the things that small businesses are selling. So that has been something that I think of a lot of brands have unfortunately held themselves back a little bit during this time, and that has had an impact on their sales. But as people start to feel a little bit more of what they keep referring to as the new normal. People are starting to feel a little bit more comfortable now. Brands are now starting to feel, again, a little bit more comfortable to promote themselves and market themselves. But obviously, big brands, big companies are still doing the same thing that they've always done. They're still running their ads. They're still putting out their social content. Primark's still opening in Dubai Mall tomorrow. Like, big brands are continuing as normal. And it's encouraging small businesses to think in a big business way like that, and remember that they have a valid product that the customer wants to buy, and that they still need to make sure that they are marketing that product as much as possible, even during challenging times.
Yeah, it's the carrying on thing, isn't it? But it's difficult, isn't it? Particularly in a small business, you know, if it's one or two of you, it's that initial hit, I guess, to confidence, and it's important to remember that, isn't it?
Absolutely. And obviously, as we've been going through the course of these last few weeks as well, for a lot of small business owners who maybe are doing everything or most things in their business themselves, if they've also got to layer on homeschooling challenges on top of that, then the literal juggle of managing their time becomes much more challenging. But I think one of the big things that has been holding them back has really been the mindset and being able to have the confidence to continue to promote their products and to promote their business during this time, as well as the technical and sort of logistical challenges of actually being able to operate as usual.
You mentioned a huge brand there, an international clothing brand, Primark, opening at Dubai Mall tomorrow. Let me ask you a little bit about competition. How can small businesses compete with the larger brand with these huge marketing budgets and, you know, staged openings, the way they develop their business? When it's really uncertain, a small business in particular can't overextend itself. So how do you keep that competitive edge that you're trying to grow?
Well, I think it's really important to recognise that although obviously there are limitations, particularly in terms of budget, for what small businesses can do versus big businesses, they can still use a lot of the techniques, a lot of the strategies that large businesses use. They just have to adapt them more to fit into their own business model. And that's what I do as part of the Small Retailer Network. We look for the ways to use the big business strategies and to adapt them for small businesses. So, but the other key thing to think about when it comes to big business versus small business is that small businesses actually have a lot of advantages over big businesses in terms of they have a lot more agility, they can be much more flexible, they can respond to customer needs and changing business environments much more quickly than large brands can, which is like turning a very large slow ship. There's a lot of layers of decision makers to go through before a large brand can change direction, whereas a small business, they can make decisions really quickly. They can really react to what customers want and need at any given time, and they can adapt and make changes. And in that way, they can be better able to meet the needs of customers during challenging times like this than some of the big brands. And as I said before, we've seen this in the way that they have really leaned into this connection with the UAE. The big brands aren't able to turn around new product quickly enough to get that onto the shelves in a way that small businesses are able to do. And so there are obviously limitations and challenges to competing with big brands, but actually if you look at it from a different way and look at the advantages that small business owners have, then that can be something that's really positive and helps small businesses to see the opportunities and to continue to grow even in challenging times.
A number of questions that I could direct to each of the three of you, and I'm going to ask you, Grace, first of all, do you see where we are now? Do you see it as a slowdown, or do you see this moment as a time to reflect, so maybe a moment of opportunity in business terms?
For every business, it is uncertain of what is tomorrow hiding for us. And we need to take this in consideration while we are trying to keep our normality in place. At the same time, you have expenditure that whether you're working, you're not working, you have to endure that. You have to have the cash flow to cover that in terms of rent and other fixed operation costs that you have to cater for, whether you're working or not. And for us, I would say that we are a community-based business. And we are very close to our customers, and we have a support from people. We've seen that before, and we are seeing it now as well. And as Victoria was saying, this is the differentiation we have, us being small versus the big brands. We are accessible. People talk to us on the phone. They reach us on WhatsApp. Immediately we answer. So we are showing that we are there for you, customers. And we are providing some normalities into the days of uncertainty. And hopefully, this will not going to last for a very long time, and sooner or later we're going back to our normal days. And we are here to stay. We're not here to give up no matter what. Since we started Bookends, we've been hit by a lot of downs. COVID was one of them. The floods was another one. Now another uncertainty. We don't know what tomorrow is hiding. So to me, those are expensive lessons of resilience and how we will come out of that. This, we look back after a few months, we look back at it and we say, that was an expensive lesson.
Yeah, for sure. But you get through these things, don't you?
We have to. We cannot
do.
break.
Yeah. No, it's amazing what you can deal with if you face it. I mean, that's something you learn, I think. Lottie, let me ask you, what's a mindset shift that business owners need to make? Grace just mentioned the word resilience there. I'm going to use it again. You've got to be resilient at a time like now. But how do you adjust your thinking?
Absolutely. And, I'm relatively new to business. QuizBiz is under 3 years old. So everything is a learning process for me right now. And this is the takeaway. It's a good thing. It will help me grow better as the leader of a business. But for me, the mindset is that, we need to keep everything to be completely, continuous for all of our quiz guests. And it would just be to kind of keep pushing on and remember the thing about saving for a rainy day, the cash flow, everything like that. And, it's a time where we are slowing down. It's a time for us to focus on other parts of the business as well. For example, I can now put some more time and energy into looking at franchising, things like that. So, yeah, I think it's just about taking stock, fine-tuning the products that you have and the experiences that you're giving, and making sure that the whole team feel valued.
And keeping on.
Keep going.
Yeah. Okay. Victoria, let me ask you very directly, what's an opportunity right now that businesses might be overlooking in this current environment, this current climate?
I think small businesses, obviously at the moment, there has been a huge wave of support for small businesses across the UAE in the last few weeks. There has been, on every platform, every level, people are talking about the importance of supporting small business. And I think that this is a real opportunity now for a lot of small businesses to really secure that connection with the customers out there. People all across the UAE are putting their hands up and saying, small business is important to me. I want to shop with small business. So this is a huge opportunity for brands to really lean into that and listen, and to really highlight the fact that they are a small business and how they can benefit the customer from shopping with them. And there's been all these posts sharing online about tag a small business, and it's making sure that if you are tagged or share, or people are sharing these posts, that you're actually using that information to connect with the people who are putting their hands up, and really using this opportunity to build community with customers who are already shopping with you, but also the customers who haven't yet bought but are interested and are looking for new ways to start shopping with small business and to show their support for the local businesses of the UAE.
So we've got a minute left. I want to ask you, and I'm going to ramble a bit so you can think about what I'm going to ask you next. The question is going to be your biggest piece of advice for businesses trying to stay strong right now, and you've got a sentence to answer this. So I'm going to come to each of you. I was going to offer you a paragraph, but time's just not permitting. So a sentence on being strong as a business in this current climate. Grace, first of all.
When you think of a book, think bookends first. We are here for you, no matter what.
It's a really good sentence. You clearly read a lot of books. Okay, Lottie, a sentence.
Protect your team, protect your community and staff, look after them, because, Dubai will bounce back, and it's a really crucial time to make everyone feel valued and that we will continue strongly.
Positive message. I like it. Victoria, final words are yours today.
I would say, do not go through this alone. Find the community that was there to support you. There are lots of other people who are experiencing exactly the same as you. And if you work together and collaborate, then you will come out of this stronger.
Three of you, I really appreciate you coming in today. Grace Kareem's the co-founder of Bookends. Great to meet you. Appreciate your thoughts.
Nice to meet you too. Thank you for having us.
You're very welcome. Lottie Jones is the founder of QuizBiz. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
And Victoria Myers, founder of the Small Retailer Network. Thanks, Victoria.
Thank you so much for having me.
Appreciate you joining us. How UAE businesses are doing right now. The thoughts of three people running very different businesses. It's been a great conversation. Thank you all once again. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio. Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
It's the morning drive at Mira Business FM. My name's Tim Elliott, and pipelines now. We often talk about the Strait of Hormuz in terms of oil tankers, but today it's time to talk about a different kind of flow that's just as vital, our data. We're joined by the Middle East and Africa editor at the Rest of the World to unpack why Gulf nations are betting billions on new data corridors and what that means for business, for tech, and for geopolitics. Indranil Ghosh joins us on the line. Indranil, good to have you on the show.
Thank you, Tim. Good morning, and thank you for having me. Yeah, it's an important, question that we are trying to answer here.
It is. I mean, in a recent piece, Indranil, you've been exploring how the Gulf is building digital pipelines, overland data cables between the Gulf and the Europe. Why has it suddenly become? Why is there such a sense of urgency so recently?
Because, Tim, the conflict situation has made it urgent. See, as we know, Iranian strikes hit an Amazon data center in the UAE on March 1st. Then both the Strait of Hormuz and the Red Sea were threatened at the same time. Now, virtually all data between Asia and Europe runs underwater through those two passages. There is no major overland alternative, and the situation is really getting worse. This week, 3 major submarine cable projects in the Gulf were reported paused, including Meta's to Africa. This is the world's largest undersea cable system. The gaps these overland projects are trying to fill is widening in real time.
How dependent, actually, let me ask you about geopolitical risk a little bit further, Indranil. What geopolitical risks expose the vulnerability of the existing internet infrastructure in the region?
See, Tim, the vulnerability was always there. The Red Sea carries about 17 submarine cables linking Europe, Asia, and Africa. In 2024, 3 cables were cut, and repairs took 5 months because ships couldn't reach safely the damage. What changed is the scale. This is the first time both choke points, that's the Hormuz and the Red Sea, have been threatened simultaneously. The situation now is such that about 60 specialized ships that repair cables are not able to safely access either passage. And last week, Alcatel Submarine Networks, that's the French company which is laying the Meta's to Africa cable, said it can no longer safely operate in the Gulf. That's a cable designed to serve 3 billion people, which is now frozen.
How dependent, Indranil, is the Gulf currently on just a few maritime choke points for its data traffic?
Almost completely. There is no major fiber optic route connecting the Gulf to Europe by land as of now. everything goes underwater through the Red Sea or through the Strait of Hormuz. That's it. Gulf states recognized this problem for oil decades ago, and they built pipelines like the East-West pipeline and the Hafshan-Fujairah route. For data, that kind of planning simply never happened.
Okay, so it's a question of kind of catch up at the moment. There are a number of projects either signed. I believe the Silk Link project was signed
That's right.
in early February. What are the key projects being proposed, and I suppose which countries are leading the race right now?
Well, as I mentioned in my report, Tim, there are now 6 projects.
Right.
And as you mentioned about the Silk Link, that's the most advanced.
Right.
Now, this is an 800 million Saudi-backed cable that is running through Syria to the Med Sea. Qatar's Ooredoo is building a second corridor through Iraq with 500 million committed to overland routes. Now, there's a third project called World Link, and this is backed by a UAE Iraqi consortium, which will also go through Iraq to Turkey. Then there is Sonic. This is a Saudi-Omani link, a corridor from Oman through Saudi Arabia to Egypt, and a project called Horizon running through East Africa. So that makes it 6, all announced within months of each other.
So what is it about building these routes politically and commercially? That's more complicated than the actual engineering, I imagine.
You're absolutely right, Tim. See, the engineering is actually the easy part. Overland fiber can match submarine cable capacity. The real challenges here are regulatory. Who gets to buy and operate fiber pairs running through Syria or Iraq? What will transit countries charge? Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE were divided by a blockade until 2021. They're building separately rather than together, which tells you something about how much coordination to expect.
I guess so. And in terms of investment, it's a sizable investment. Just how big is it, and where does finance come from for these digital corridors?
Well, as I mentioned, Silk Link is an $800 million project from Saudi Arabia's STC group. Ooredoo Overland commitment is 500 million. World Link is 700 million from a private group. These are just 3 of the 6. The money is coming from state-backed telecom operators and sovereign-linked investors. This is really national infrastructure spending, not VC.
What role do tech giants play, and what role does the AI data center story play in Janil here in the Gulf in pushing this infrastructure forward?
Well, they are the reason, Tim, that the cables need to exist. The Gulf attracted more than 2 trillion in tech investment pledges last year. OpenAI, Amazon, Microsoft, Google, they're all building major facilities in the region. Those data centers need connectivity to reach customers in Africa, South Asia, and Southeast Asia. And it's not just the data centers that are under pressure. Meta's 2 Africa cable, Ooredoo's FIG cable, and the CME-WE6 project have all, as I mentioned, reportedly been paused this week. The submarine infrastructure that these companies depend on is being frozen by the same conflict that has hit the data centers. And that is what makes the overland corridors more urgent than it ever was.
Can I ask you for just to broaden it, to give it some context here? Just to what extent do these shoots, or can they potentially reshape, the Middle East's role in global internet traffic and digital trade as well?
Absolutely and completely. Even if 2 or 3 of these corridors that I mentioned become operational, then the Gulf stops being a dead end for data, and instead it becomes a crossroads. Right now, data flows around the region. These projects, if they happen, would make it flow through the region, and that would change the Gulf's leverage in the global digital economy considerably, as you can imagine.
Do you just let me backtrack slightly there? Remind me, just run through again if you would. I'm trying to build up a picture here of the situation, the context of the situation. Which countries stand to gain the most if these new routes indeed are successful?
It's a very interesting question, Tim. Turkey. Turkey would be the silent winner.
Okay.
All three front runner corridors converge on Turkey as the gateway to Europe, and Turkey didn't build any of them or finance them. Istanbul's internet exchanges could become the switching point for Gulf to Europe data. DECIX, which is the world's largest internet exchange operator, just expanded its partnership in Bulgaria to handle the next hop after Istanbul. Beyond that, you have Iraq, which is positioning itself as a major transit country through multiple projects, which is actually remarkable given its recent history.
It is. I mean, it's fascinating. That is remarkable. Do you think we're entering perhaps a new era where internet infrastructure becomes part of geopolitical competition? I mentioned that phrase before we started talking, data is the new oil. To what extent do you think that's being borne out now?
You're absolutely right, Tim. I mean, we are already there. The fact that three rival Gulf states are building 6 separate corridors through 6 different countries tells you this is about influence more than bandwidth. One of the experts we spoke to, Christian Coates Ulrichsen at Rice University, put it very well. He said the race has reflected competition for influence rather than an alignment of effort. These cables are infrastructure, but they're also foreign policy.
That's interesting. What are the biggest obstacles then that could slow, or these projects like this have begun before? I think, is it the World Link? Oh, no, it's Silk Link, isn't it? That is over an existing trail, if you like. But what could derail projects like this?
Several factors, Tim. First, every previous overland cable through a conflict zone was eventually either, severed by conflict. The Jedi cable through Syria was destroyed by the civil war. A cable through Iran was cut during the Ukraine war. Then there's regulation. Transit countries need to open their markets and set fair prices. Then the third factor is economics. Submarine cables are still cheaper and attract more customers. One of our sources that I spoke with, Doug Madori at Kentech, he told us that he suspects not all of these cables will actually be constructed. And the war itself could pause these overland projects too. The 3 major submarine cable projects in the Gulf, as I mentioned again before this, were halted this week. And the same could happen to construction on land if the conflict spreads.
The potential, final question, Indranoor, I mean, the potential for these networks there's clearly a huge benefit. If they are built, how much more resilient would global connectivity actually become? What would we see kind of day to day?
Significantly more resilient, but they will not be not vulnerable. Right now, there is essentially one way to get data from the Gulf to Europe, and that, as I mentioned, is underwater through the Red Sea. Even if one operational overland route, were to be built, that would change the equation. But the experts we spoke to were clear that submarine cables will remain the primary, carrier. The terrestrial cables would offer resilience, but they would not really be replacement. They are the backup that just doesn't exist now.
And I guess at the end of the day, it could be just a more stable internet for the average resident of a city like Dubai or Abu Dhabi or Riyadh or wherever in the Gulf.
Absolutely. I mean, if I were to kind of, sum it up, that the Gulf recognized.
Good afternoon. It's 12 p.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq, and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. U.S. President Donald Trump says he has agreed to suspend bombing on Iran for 2 weeks. The decision follows a 14-day truce proposal put forward by mediators in Iran conflict. U.S. President Donald Trump said he held talks with leaders in Pakistan. These included Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif and Field Marshal Asim Munir. He said they urged a pause in military action. U.S. President Donald Trump added that the suspension is conditional. It depends on Iran agreeing to reopen the Strait of Hormuz fully and safely. The situation remains uncertain as negotiations continue. U.S. President Donald Trump said the U.S. will help with shipping traffic in the Strait of Hormuz. He agreed to a 2-week ceasefire with Iran just before the deadline. The deal depends on Iran pausing its blockade of oil and gas shipments, which carry about 1/5 of the world's oil. U.S. President Donald Trump said U.S. forces would load up with supplies and just hang around to make sure everything goes well. He added there will be lots of positive action, big money will be made, and Iran can start rebuilding. He called the deal a total and complete victory. Reopening Hormuz will allow trapped Gulf oil to start moving again. U.S. crude fell about 17%, dropping to roughly $94 a barrel, while Brent crude slipped slightly to around $109. The decline reflects relief in global markets as traders anticipate that supply disruptions in the Middle East may ease. This drop comes amid reports that the U.S. and Iran are moving toward a temporary pause in military tensions, with talks set to begin soon. Fuel markets also reacted, with heating oil falling roughly 16% and gasoline declining about 10% as investors weigh the possibility of more stable energy flows from the region. Major boards, including CBSE, British exam boards, and the IB, have called off exams, leaving many final year students uncertain about their results. To support students, universities are accepting predicted scores and alternative grading systems and have extended application deadlines. Many institutions are also offering scholarships to ease financial pressure on families. Admission activities have moved online with virtual open days and webinars to guide students through the process. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good afternoon and welcome to Midday Majlis with myself, Sahar Mushtaq, on Mira Business FM, where conversations connect and ideas come alive right at midday. Before we dive in, remember that you can catch us live streaming on YouTube, Rumble, Facebook, Telegram, and our podcast is available on all your favorite platforms. Today on Midday Majlis, we're going to be discussing a topic that's increasingly on the minds of pet owners here in the UAE. Relocating pets internationally amid the rising regional tensions is something that is going on at the moment. Recent developments in the Middle East have made families more cautious, and many are now considering moving their pets safely to other countries. So, from higher costs to limited flight options, this is quite a complex process. And today, we'll explore what it takes to relocate your pets smoothly to wherever you want to take them. So joining us on the show today to discuss this topic with us is Joey Chaya. He's the co-founder and CEO of Pet Bay, a leading pet relocation service, to make us understand how families can manage this process easily. How are companies helping during this surge, and what you need to know to make relocation smoother and safer for your pets. We're so happy to have you on the show, Joey.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it.
Joey, first of all, like how the increase has come in with the demand of pet relocation. So what exactly are you seeing, and what kind of challenges are people facing right now with regards to the whole situation?
Yeah, absolutely. So just to clarify one thing, so Pet Bay is a pet sitting company, not a pet relocation company. However, we are basically an attribute to that journey in general. So what we notice, because we're a pet sitting company, we understand the behavior of the pet owners when it comes to pet relocation, because booking a pet sitter in between pet relocations is something that pet owners actually need to do. Depending on the country that they have to go to, there might be some criteria where they have to actually stay in the UAE for a certain period of time before they can follow their pet owners in the abroad.
Right.
Now, I think one of the biggest things here is that in the very beginning, there was quite a lot of panic, especially in the beginning of this war when airlines were a little bit more uncertain.
There were lots of flights cancellations and delays, and there was a lot going on. So with pet sitting, how did it go? Like at the very beginning, you see, it was a time of panic for everyone.
Yeah.
And I'm sure it was difficult for pet owners to just leave behind their pets.
Exactly. Look, the point is that were pets left behind? The answer is yes. Was it to the extent that social media maybe perhaps indicated? Not so much. In reality, pet owners are actually making a more conscious decision now. They're making the right decisions by speaking to the right people. Pet Bay being one of them. We actually opened up a hotline for the purpose of just giving people more confidence, more information, and more advice into understanding what are the options that they have, so that that thought of leaving your pet behind just goes away completely. Because in reality, there's so many options. Like, you can literally leave them with a pet sitter for the time being. If you are panicking and need to travel right now for whatever reason, just leave them with a pet sitter for the time being until you're able to come back to the UAE and reunite with them. A second thing is that if there is a relocation involved, we kind of work with the relocation companies depending on the countries that they're going to have to go to. So, for example, it is very different depending on the country that you have to go to. It also depends on the size of the pet. Even prices vary completely. For example, if a pet is, I think, between under 6 kilos, if I'm not mistaken, then they can actually go in the cabin. And in the cabin, it's actually much cheaper.
Right.
And then when you look at any cargo shipment,
it costs more.
It costs more. And then you look at bigger dogs in that scenario, even more. Depending on the country, like even Australia, it's a little bit more tricky because I think they have a bit of a period where the pet actually has to be here before it goes to Australia. And that's where a pet owner would probably need a pet sitter. You know what I mean?
Right. Okay.
Japan also has
But then
different rules.
how are you guys actually, doing it the right way? Because the demand was high. Probably you guys had to pet sit a lot of pets. So how are you able to do that? How was it manageable?
Well, it's sad to see that, some people have lost their jobs, for example, are becoming pet sitters. So we're actually getting quite a lot of pet sitter signups at the moment, because it's another source of income.
So you guys are not doing it solo on your own?
No, and we don't.
Okay.
Yeah, we're a C2C platform essentially, right? So we are a marketplace where we connect people who have a lot of experience looking after pets with people who have pets.
Right.
Right, we're kind of the middleman bridging that communication, right? Which is why this is so important. It's like, and what makes a huge difference actually with a pet sitter versus, a pet owner leaving them in a facility, for example, is that it's not a home environment anymore. With Pet Bay, the pet actually stays at the pet sitter's house or the pet owner's home, literally. So either the pet sitter goes and sleeps in the pet owner's home looking after the pet there. It could be a scenario where it's just a drop-in.
Which is quite a bit of work for the pet sitter. But if it's done well and if it works, because I know that pets do not like to change their spots as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So
which is why we have the option.
Gives them a lot of anxiety and.
Correct. No. I mean, that's basically some of our talking points is that why are you removing them from their home environment?
Exactly.
Right?
Just to comfort our furry friends.
The alternative, though, is a caged environment, right? With a lot of these facilities. So why would you stick them in a caged environment, right? Let them stay in a home environment. So you're kind of weighing out the options. So the pet actually can stay in their own home and the pet sitter can go there and look after them there. Now, this isn't really a lot of work if you think about it from the perspective of a cat, right? The cat is very territorial. They kind of keep to themselves a lot of the time. So really, in reality, pet sitter has to clean the litter box, feed them, replenish the water, play with them a little bit, cuddles over here, and and that's it, and get paid for it.
So it works both ways then.
Correct.
Right. We did see that, people were also considering the charter flights in order to fly their pets away. So, and the costs were really high. So, have you seen any such cases?
Yeah. I've been seeing a lot of charter planes or private jets, even in some cases. Definitely, the panic did, to some degree, increase that demand. But right now, the airlines are moving. Pet relocation is limited, though. From what I understand recently, is that although flights are operating, there are limited seats or space for relocation because it's just definitely gone super high at the moment. From, again, the conversations that people are having.
It hasn't even doubled up, but I guess it has tripled.
Yeah.
Right?
To some degree, exactly. I got a call from a pet owner yesterday, actually, saying, hey, I just wanted more information on pet relocation. We don't even know where we're going yet, So I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I gave her the information.
And then that's when it becomes more tricky, right?
Exactly, because people are like, you know what? If I'm going to leave, then I'm going to, choose the best formats for my pet. Now, when you look at the European airlines, like Air Italy, Air France, and all of them actually have on-cabin for pets. But some other airlines don't have it. Like Emirates doesn't have that yet, but you can put them in the cargo. So people are maybe thinking about going to Europe now, because it's actually more cost effective to have them in the cabin.
Right.
And it's the infrastructure.
It's a shorter distance as well.
Shorter distance, exactly. Kind of works out. But like I said, I think more people are just extremely curious at what are the options? How long is it going to take? Should I do this in advance? Who does the paperwork? Now, the pet relocation companies over here do everything, which is amazing. A to Z. We're not a pet relocation company, but we give advice by having the same talking points, and then we actually communicate and assign the booking or the inquiry to one of our relocation partners.
So, how long does the paperwork really take if someone is in a hurry?
Yeah.
And how does it work?
It totally depends. It really totally depends. Now, in a situation like this,
from pet to pet.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
It depends where you're going, from pet to pet.
Okay.
Geopolitical situation versus not. Obviously pre-February 28, it was a lot faster, a lot easier. Actually, you can get a quotation within minutes. Sometimes the quotation will take now a little longer. It's definitely a bit fragmented as well. Is that I'll get you the quotation in just a second, and then I'll get you how long it's going to take for us to process all the documentation, and then I'm going to get you. So definitely, there's quite a lot of uncertainty, not just with pet owners, but you can see like with a lot of businesses right now. It's hard. The logistics around it has changed, right? The infrastructure around it has been affected slightly. However, people are resilient. It's amazing to see, especially in the UAE. I've seen unbelievable stories of resilience, and pushing through the boundaries and making this happen. Let's do this together, community. And I think that, if you just tell people that we are here to help, from giving you even the advice of where to go and any other information, just to show them that there are so many other options before any kind of irrational decision, for example.
Right. And we've also heard of stories where we've only seen on social media that pets were left behind at the borders, and, those kind of very heartbreaking stories we did come across. So what would you like to tell us about that?
Yeah, I mean...
Was there anything that you guys were able to do for such pets who were left behind?
Yeah, look, raising awareness for sure. I want to clarify something, that pets were actually being left behind because of a panic situation, and the facilities involved in rescuing, the rescue facilities and agencies, have seen a rise actually in pets. So you can see that there is actually a problem around it. However, we wanted to kind of be a bit of a hotline layer to say, hey, if you need
We're
advice,
there to help,
just call us. We literally said we're a tech company, and the vast majority of our interactions just happen between the pet owner and the pet sitter online. And we really, obviously, we need that to scale for this business to work. However, we were like, you know what? We're in a situation right now. Let's open our hotline and have people call us for whatever they want, literally. Any kind of advice that you need, we're here to give it to you, just so you can make a conscious decision.
That was very generous, and I guess it was a win-win for everyone, for the pet owners and for business owners as well, because we've seen other businesses struggle while yours has picked up. So how was all of that for you?
It's nice to see that I can help people, right? That's for sure. Definitely, there's a bit more manual work. Calling the pet owner, making them feel comfortable, and just introducing them to a pet sitter directly versus them going through the app, I think, gave a bit more of a trust layer, just to show them that we are here interacting, and we're very hands-on with this process. So although we are a tech company and we rely on actually our tech to, check out, chat with the pet sitter, all of that is all actually on our platforms, we decided that we're going to actually go here and allow these people to call us, and vice versa. Actually, we call them in some cases, say, hey,
Offer
I got your
help.
number, and I'm just letting you know. I saw your post on the Dubai Hills group, for example. Because I used to live there, so I am on the group, and I'd get some information, be like, can I give you a call? I'll help you with this situation, whatever it is, literally. I rescued a couple of cats actually over the last few days, which was awesome. Just again seeing them on the group, and I would kind of like say, I'm just gonna go myself and rescue this cat, literally, and our partners. So you can see people like me and people, obviously, who being a CEO of a company at the moment, you'd say like, how do you even have time for this? But you'll make time, because that's kind of where we're shifting our communication a little bit. Not the greatest time to raise funds, for example, at the moment. Hopefully things will change as of today. We got some really good news, which
we did.
Thank God. So
so we're looking forward to comfortable coming 2 weeks, right?
Correct.
And we hope things only get better and settled for good, so that everyone, including our furry friends, don't have to worry about anything. Can you please tell us, Joy, that what are some essential steps to ensure smooth relocation when, the timing kind of like gets messed up, like what happened?
I would say, like, there's no need to rush. We're safe here. That's number one. It's clear, right? 2, pets are not an afterthought. They are a very big part of your decision. And, my cat is like my child. And it's the same for so many pet owners. So yeah, they're not an afterthought. We're seeing people plan ahead now. So I would just really put that forward here is just plan ahead. Don't wait for the last minute. Have these conversations now. Give us a call and we can literally put you through to some of our relocation partners if it's relocation that you need. If you're just traveling, like I said, give us a call or a message and we can help you find a pet sitter or a solution in between so you can travel and then come back and reunite with your pet. So that's mainly it. It's just about planning. And every case is different, you have to understand. So it's quite nuanced. It's not like, oh, okay, so I need your pet size, I need the type of pet, I need the breed, I need the country that you're going to, I need the airline that you want to book with.
Right.
So it's just that boom, 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 boom. And once you get all that information, I don't actually facilitate it. I pass it on to one of our relocation partners who will facilitate them. And they're more of the professional sort of angle with that. They know much more, obviously, than I do. I'm not so much aware of the
You
stats.
somehow simplify the process
Exactly,
for
yeah.
the pet owners. And you're right about that. Planning ahead is definitely important. And pets are definitely not an afterthought. They are a big part of our life. In fact, I think they're more important than the people, the actual humans around us, because there's so much love that we get from them, right? They don't speak, but there is so much emotion that they show us without words, right? Expressing in words. And that's just amazing. Now, can you tell us about some practical tips for minimizing stress for pets during travels?
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't change, I think, because of where we are at today. My position is the same before as it is now. Pets deserve better care in general. Now, you have to know that pets, when they're older, they lack mobility. Pets that are disabled, cats that are, again, more territorial, they prefer to stay at home, and even pets with anxiety, right? It's a very big group of pets, right? Categorically, that cannot stay in an environment that is too loud, that is overcrowded, that is handled by people that are overworked, for example. In our case, it's like, why don't you just have more personalized care for that group specifically? So that's how we started. But then we started to realize that all pets live in a home environment anyway. Like my cat lives at home, all the pet owners, they live in a home environment anyway. So you mentioned this in the very beginning, that, why would you want to remove them from their day-to-day environment? So that's kind of what we're trying to push, and to maintain. And this was the case before the situation today and now, is that pets in general deserve better care and more attentive care. With pet-based specifically, you get more attention, and that's really the key here. I would like cuddles at 5 p.m. I would like the feeding time to be at 6 p.m. I would like a video to be sent to me by 7 p.m. So it's really about customization, passing along any kind of information that's in your head, because what happens really when a pet is left with a pet sitter and the pet owner travels for a temporary period is that they mimic exactly what the pet owner does in a day-to-day basis. So you don't change too much.
True. Yeah. And that helps a lot, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And for those pet owners who are probably going out for good, going away, not just in this scenario or situation, but in normal routine, right? People relocate for something or the other.
Sure.
So at that point, what is your advice for their pets for the change that they're going to get to?
Yeah, I mean, you mean that if they are traveling to another country in general, right?
Yeah.
And they're traveling with their pets?
Yes.
Look, yeah, I mean...
So at that point, do you think the pet goes through a lot of anxiety because it's a change of atmosphere, not just their territory, right?
Look, for sure, it's not a comfortable, I think moving in general for a human or a pet, is not comfortable. But yeah, definitely for
Process,
a pet, it's an uncomfortable process. There's a lot of waiting time. There is, they have to be put in a crate for a good number of time. But in many cases, like I said, especially in like Emirates, they have people there that actually kind of attend to them if they need to go to the bathroom, for example, or have a bit of food. That happens actually on the airlines. I think in reality, it's just, again, I don't want to kind of repeat myself, but planning ahead is everything right now. Because whether or not you're just moving because you're moving, you're still going to face the same logistical issues as anybody that is in a panic. So, and because there's such a high rise in demand for relocations at the moment, it's better to just, safeguard yourself and just do it a bit in advance, even if you're just traveling because you found another job somewhere, like for whatever reason.
Get that. Thank you so much, Joey, for being able to join us today. We've definitely got a lot of information from you.
Most welcome.
And we just hope that, we can just make our pets comfortable with people like you doing great for them and helping so much out the community.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, just the final word here is that although there's a lot of uncertainty, we can give you the information. So rely on businesses like, Pet Bay or any other pet, relocation company or companies, and give them a call and get the information, and then make a conscious decision. That's all I have to say.
Definitely. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you so
your
much.
time.
Take care.
And we hope to see you another time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, thanks. So relocating a pet requires careful planning and the right support, as Joey mentioned, whether it's a dog, cat, or exotic pet. Starting early and consulting professional services can not just save time, money, but a lot of stress. So pet owners in the UAE considering international relocation, now is the time to plan so your furry friends arrive safe, happy, and comfortably. And that is all from Midday Majlis today. Thank you so much for tuning in. Take care of your loved ones. Take care of yourself, take care of your pets, and stay safe, stay well. This is me signing off. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more.